Alrighty. Off we go. Eventually, when the game finishes loading. Which I have been assured will happen any day now. There we go. Okay, so last time... this system was being worked on. I don't remember what all was wrong with it. As in what had to be changed. Although... it does look like we need to boil off this polluted water so that the system can work. Did I hear in the new X4? Yes, I did, and I believe it is... oh... was it the 11th or was it the 14th? I don't remember. Actually, let's look that up right now. It's shortly, anyway. 12th. Okay. I was wrong for both of them. But yes, I have heard about that, and on the 12th, we will definitely be playing X4. Lots and lots of it. Oh, we got a little bit of carbon dioxide and a little bit of polluted oxygen in here. Those will probably go away eventually. More importantly, this polluted water will boil off eventually, which is really annoying, but we're going to have dirt all across the bottom. Oh well. Guess that's what happens when you let a little bit too much in by accident. Okay, there was something I had to do about this, though. Maybe there wasn't. But why aren't you running? Because the water is still going through at too low of a temperature. Alright. So this is getting cooler. Okay, good. We're getting the base temperature to a reasonable state. This is being worked on as well. Just need to let it go down to a vacuum. Although that's not going to happen until we get all this polluted water moved out of here. Go ahead and bump that up to a priority 9. This should be polluted water. Yeah, okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and finish this heat exchanger. Let's hope this can erupt, because that's our only hope of getting rid of this, now it's overpressured. Damn it. That's our only hope of getting rid of this polluted water. That or running the aqua tuner long enough to boil it all. Let's see, what temperature does this stuff boil again? 146. Okay, so it's close. We need to inject probably like 10 more degrees into it. am I going to do about this? We could open it up and burp a little pressure out. Then we'll release scalding steam all over the place, which is be a problem. Or we could build here and here. Delete this diagonally. Let through a little steam, rebuild this diagonally. And then like let out 1 tile's worth. Problem is I don't want to let any out. The polluted water, as soon as it boils, should take care of the problem. Problem is getting 10 more degrees injected into this reasonably well. We need to be running the aqua tuner. And the problem with that is that this stuff is coming back not much warmer than it's going out. Let's go ahead and install radiant pipe out here. Because it doesn't matter how cold that area gets. Yeah, there we go. So this should cool down this room quite a lot very quickly. And hopefully heat up the water a good bit very quickly. We're still wasting potential tungsten, but oh well. Aside from that, this stuff all needs to be cleared out of here as soon as possible. Where did that meat come from? Oh, it must be one of those annoying gas bags. Okay. I did not stream yesterday, Dread. I was just about ready to start stream, and my internet died. And then it didn't come on again until 2 a.m. So, no streaming was possible. Nope, you didn't miss it. Alas, for the first time in a very long time, stream did not happen. I was very annoyed at my ISP. Let's see. Farming and cooking. They require light to sleep. Super duper hard digging. Isn't terribly useful. Light to sleep is probably not actually a problem. We do need a farmer slash cook here. We can just build him a bedroom that has a light in it. Which, I say we can just do that, but that does mean I am going to have to install a separate bedroom because I can't have them sleeping here for reasons. Probably shouldn't have taken that tube. Don't think you're the only one who follows Lost Internet. It's about 15 streamers during the day. I was down to only 5, which is annoying. Yeah. I don't know. It was really windy here. So I'm guessing that's probably what did it. It's been pretty windy here the last couple days. Where am I going to sneak into the bedroom in? I should have considered this before I went. I mean, here would be the optimal place to do it. We're going to have to pump all this gas out of here anyway. But that's not... Nah, that's not a now thing. That's a eventually thing. The atmosphere is too thin down here. Damn it. I considered this before I went ahead and accepted them. I guess I can stick in a crappy little temporary bedroom somewhere. But where? Okay, we do have an extra mess table. Go ahead and deconstruct this ahead of time before that, or we can... Well, one way or another, we're going to need a little bedroom. I think we'll just stick it here for now. No, we can't because the auction's way too thin here, and it's not going to get any better. Not unless we manually fix it. There's really not enough room over here. I mean, we kind of could. We could put like a door here and a little bit of platform and a bed on top of it. But who wants to sleep right next to the heavy watt conductive wire? That's not a good idea. Suppose we could dig one out somewhere. This abyssalite is going to go away eventually anyway, probably. We'll just dig one in here for now. We're going to want to get in there anyway. So... let's dig out this. We'll put in a pneumatic door right there. And then we'll put in deodorizer. Because why not? And we need to put in a light. Boom. And then for a bit of power. I don't really want to run heavy watt conductive into their house. So we'll just use normal conductive. Like that. That'll do just fine. It's far from an ideal place to put it, but it will do for now. Note to self, this must be strictly temporary. If it's not strictly temporary, we're going to have a problem. But anyway. Okay, we're slowly running out of algae. Let's boost the priority on this room down some. Let's boost the priority on destroying that up some. And now we wait. And wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. Why are these not running? Awaiting filtration medium. I thought I had these... I do have them set to fairly high priority. It's just nobody's getting around to doing the job. Well, I guess if we could possibly have needed a sure sign that people are busy. We could put an auto sweeper in there to autofill those. That probably would be a good idea, because that's a pretty important part of keeping the oxygen in the base clean. But really what we need to do is just stop making so much mess. Okay, so we're finally getting some amount of polluted water poofing into steam. Is this set correctly? Yes, it is. All right. We're down to 140, 150 kilos. Well, okay, it's still a bit high. Problem is the stupid water. When the power comes back, it'll fix itself pretty quickly. Okay, furniture. Just stick a cot in here. We can't until we get rid of this damn pitch of pepper. I hate that you can't place over top of plants. Apparently there is a mod that does that. There we go. All right. Alrighty. A small step in the right direction. Let's get a cot down. And hopefully they can build that wiring quickly enough. That's May's cot. I think she had one of the ones in the rocket assigned. Which isn't ideal, but it would work. There's no light. Keep her happy though. This will be better. All right. Now, is this still pressure's too high? Damn it. This is cooled off by now, I'm betting. Yep. Sort of. It's cool in there. Batteries are still a bit warm. They haven't built this pipe yet, though. With the pipes built, oh yeah, now it's cooling down even more. Now we're actually starting to pick up heat. A little bit. Enough to hopefully to run the aqua tuner a little bit. I don't want to have to open this up and burp it. That's an annoying pain in the butt. Okay, so this is finally cleared up. You have micrograms of carbon dioxide in there. That'll disappear shortly. Now, Atmos suits. I ordered a couple made. They probably haven't been delivered yet because the priority being set to 5. Set to 5 is, at this point, do whenever you're feeling particularly bored level. Nothing gets done when it's set to 5. Outside of that, oh. What is this? That doesn't look like it's anything useful. Just saying. Okay. Algae continues to go down slowly. Although it will start going down faster soon. This is almost a vacuum. We're gonna have to start pumping out of this room soon. Let me think. This ladder's going away. Temporary. We can build like that and it'll work out. So this has been pumped down to a vacuum. We really need those Atmos suits installed. There we go. First one's available. This is a bit problematic because it's going to be pulling oxygen out of our atmosphere. And that's not doing anything good for the breathability levels. We need to start generating oxygen here, I think. Problem is there's no easy way to do that. I could build a container and put some of the oxalate from the rocket in it. That is a possibility. I don't want to, though. Also, we have lots of polluted oxygen that's not being processed very well. Once the atmosuits are full, their oxygen draw becomes a lot less. But not even this first one's completely full. Here. Fall to it, please. Because until they dock a suit here, I can't seal this. I can. Go ahead and start installing drywall. Anyway. But we need to seal this gap. We need to open this up all the way down this side. Some of that's going to require new drywall to be installed. Which can be annoying because we don't want to let all the chlorine out. Not much we can do about that though. Can I install drywall over top of? Maybe. Yeah, if we can get drywall installed over top of that, then that'll help a lot. Alright, now, as far as oxygen goes, though, we do have a sublimation station going here. And that is good. Problem is we're not moving enough oxygen. Yeah. Or rather, we're moving too much oxygen. And we're pumping our suits full instead of running it all to here. So I think the thing to do here, at least temporarily, is to snip the connection and allow some oxygen to go out into the main base. See if we can get this a little bit more breathable. Additionally, I want to push this polluted oxygen out of here. Alright, what do we have here? Glass. Glass. Also, I need to pay attention to May's skills. Boom. Give her farming. Here's your farming hat. Eventually, we're going to get grilling 2, farming 2, something like that. But that'll be their job, is to cook and farm. I should change their priorities a little bit too. You cook. And you farm. And then we can remove survey from those jobs. Oh shit. Oh shit. There we go. Get in there and build. Don't let all the chlorine out. Okay, there we go. Oh, Mace can also need suit wearing. Okay. Wait, why can't I build farm tile in this? I can. It just was showing red for some reason. I don't think I want farm tile built there, though. Because I want room for the chlorine to move around a little bit. Alright, let's go ahead and remove these ladders. Make way for fun and excitement. And that one needs to go as well. And then we need to put some tile on the outside here to help protect against radiation. Probably make those plastic tile, but anyway. Alright. I should double check. Okay, 200 grams. How many grams of does Balm Lily need? 150 at least. Okay. That's good. Yeah, so we've got enough chlorine in this room. Balm Lily. Can't be planted there. Of course not, because the bottom of the ladder. Derp. Copy settings. Boom. Okay. I guess that farm tile is being removed. Oh wait, no. Cancel. That ladder needs to be removed because that ladder is going away. And is being replaced. Actually, wait a second. Okay, make some minor changes here. We'll put that in later. And once those two are built, we'll build drywall and the rest of this. But long story short, yeah. What was Survey doing in there? How'd he get past the Atma checkpoint? Strange. Oh, and this needs to go here so our dining room's not broken. Okay. Still no new skills. Yeah, May very much needs suit wearing. But it's less important to have suit wearing than it is to have grilling, so. Because grilling is quite clearly the #1 skill we need. Body temperature. 95 to 185. What's temperature in here now? 80 degrees. Okay. So, we need to heat this room up. Now, easiest way to heat this room up. How warm is it in here? 120 some degrees. Okay. Let's start considering what we'll have to do to pump hot gas over here. Okay, so this is the chlorine pipe. What would be the easiest way to hook to the chlorine pipe? Probably by taking this pipe here. Let's take insulated pipe and run it to there, to there, to there. Okay. Much better. As soon as that's built, we should start dumping hot chlorine into here and slowly decreasing the pressure of the chlorine in this room. Yeah. Anyway. Whenever this gets built, we can then... I'll get around to it eventually, I'm sure. Someday. In the far distant future. Okay, steam pressure has fallen to 120 some kilos. That's amazing and awesome. That means when this erupts, we'll get tungsten. We already have some tungsten. 1.4 tons looks like. Which isn't very much, but it's some. Um, what does a tungsten aqua tuner look like? You can't build aqua tuners out of tungsten because they're made out of ore. Hello, Colo. The whole split between stuff that's made out of ore and stuff that's made out of refined metal is dumb. I would not be in the least little bit surprised if there was a mod that fixed that, though. Because if you can use steel to make something, you should be able to use pretty much any other refined metal. There is a mod that fixes that. Okay. The oxygen situation is becoming very slightly better. Now that I've stopped dumping it all into suits. Unfortunately, that means the suits are running out of oxygen now. I need to get proper oxygen production happening here, but I can't because I don't have proper water production. Which is unfortunate. That and I'm feeding all my algae to the fish. Which I would stop if I could. Finally. Go ahead and order balm lily planted in all tiles. It still won't grow here because it's too cold. But there's a solution to that. That is slowly progressing. How's the colony growing? Oh, pretty well. We just hired a farmer and cook. Manage the long-term stuff on this colony. So hopefully we'll be able to start moving people out eventually. When they're done. What temperature is the tungsten's coming out at like 12 degrees. Okay, that's perfect. How hot is it up here? Still about 95 degrees. Less than ideal, but okay. I probably should rig up a heater for this room. Where am I gonna put it though? Probably have to basically stick it out in space. Isn't really a problem, but basically I just need to copy this heater room and move it over here. Not hard. How much aluminum do I have yet? We don't need to use aluminum, we can just use normal pipe. That's almost worse. We might need to do another stone run. Also, I would like to reroute this let's do that now. Here. You run straight across there. I don't really want to run this water pipe through the insulated tile. Because for reasons. If I can avoid it. So let's see if we can avoid it. Just shift a few things around a little bit. Insulated tiles are already a bit colder than I would have liked. I mean, they're all fairly cold, but yeah, we don't need that any more warmth away than we have. We don't need it sapping more warmth away than we absolutely have to, so let's run the pipe outside. And then someday when they get this out here finished. Okay, I need to hook up the oxygen again. I would really rather not, but I could probably remove the bridge and set it up so it goes 50-50. Probably a better idea. Yeah, think about it. Also, we are a little bit away from pumping more hot chlorine in here. With a little bit of luck, I won't need to heat this room if I can just pump in some of the hot chlorine from the other room, which is currently a little overheated. That would be nice. Solid step in the right direction and all that. Yeah. Oh, I probably should send the survey off on another stone run. Yeah. I have enough food here? No, I don't. Not really. I don't know if the current Paku amount is enough. How many Paku do I have it set for? 10. Currently we definitely have less than that. So why in the heck are you starving? We're down quite a lot on Balm Lily. Oh, we're out of igneous rock. Yeah. Okay. Forgot to send survey off on a rock trip. I don't really want any of these. Especially not here. Okay. The only crew we need is survey. I don't actually want to board crew yet. Because I need to get food off. Well. Okay, we have enough food here for 3 cycles for 2 people. Yeah, let's just not do that. Go ahead and get a refrigerator. A second refrigerator placed. And let's offload a good bit of the berry sludge. They can starve for 2 cycles, so I'd rather not starve them for any cycles if I can avoid it. And we have plenty of food on board the rocket, I just need to unload a little bit of it. Reminds me, I should check to make sure that May is allowed to eat berry sludge for now. Boom. Yeah. Why is there an oxygen suit laying there? Warren Atmos suit, okay. We need more reed fiber too. Yeah, okay. We've started pumping in chlorine. The temperature will slowly go up. Hello, Ash. Make that refrigerator a high priority. This refrigerator doesn't actually need to be hooked to power. But it's fine if it is. Yeah. As soon as this refrigerator is built, we'll offload, some percentage of the berry sludge. Nowhere close to all of it. Probably like a quarter of it, maybe. Which is still a lot, but anyway. And then we will send survey off to get more construction materials. We're still... we're actually a bit low on aluminum. We're good on glass. We're good on plastic. We're good on sand. Although it would hurt to bring more. But we definitely need more rock. Steel, I think we're also okay on. Yeah, 7 tons of steel should be enough for here. We're not going to do that much with it. Although I should probably start building the chiller for this biome soon. Yeah, this tungsten volcano tamer is way larger than it needs to be. Could have easily done a single engine. Not that being larger than it needs to be is a problem. Better larger than smaller. Okay, this is built. We'll set it to priority 9. Edible. Berry sludge. 25 kilos. Yeah. What I'm going to do for this magma is I've calculated that I can build a double high steam engine stack in here. So 2 rows stacked on top of each other of steam rooms. Then I'm going to put a big steam room, a vertical connected into those over here. And the bottom of it is going to be probably left open to the magma. I'll pump it down to vacuum and then I'll dig out the bottom straight into the magma. And then just dump water in on top of the magma. So we'll get a bunch of very hot steam in here. Okay. This is a serious issue. The easiest way to solve this serious issue is to deconstruct this. There, get out of here. But anyway. Yeah. The other way to do it would be to dig down and then build some kind of temperature exchange room, controllable via a door. But the point of this is not to produce power. The point of this is to cool the magma. Because I don't really have a use for power here. Or at least not more power than I can already provide with my solar panels. Except for power being used to, for example, run aqua tuners and stuff like that. If this aqua tuner wasn't running, we really wouldn't be using that much power here. But anyway. Engines will blow up because of heat. Well, we'll just have to have a cold enough cooling loop on them. Hopefully it'll work. Make independent cooling and should be golden. I don't know if I have room for independent cooling. I was a little bit worried about keeping the aqua tuners cold enough. Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably put at least a cutoff so we can remove temperature from the system if needed. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to consider the design more when it comes to actual time to build it. But one way or the other, the idea is we want to suck as much heat out of this as we can without actively melting stuff inside. The idea being I want this all solidified to rock, preferably coolish rock. So I can just dig in here and get at these tungsten volcanoes. Nobody cares about that oxygen vent. And preferably all the rock in here for building materials. But now that I have a tungsten volcano, these two would just be a cool thing to go after. They're not particularly important. I got 70 kilos of oxygen just laying there. Let's make a bottle emptier for a canister emptier or whatever. Get that oxygen back into circulation. Where would be a good place to put this? Probably right here would be the best place, just because it will fit there. By no means the best place, but it'll work. Okay, so this is full. We now have 100,000 calories here. It's time to send the survey off to return home. We'll wait until next cycle, though. I would use this cooling loop, but I want to have a second aqua tuner on it if I did that. One's probably enough, I guess. If it was just cooling steam engines, one's probably enough. It'd be a little annoying to hook it up. Let's see. Yeah, this runs past these steam engines through the heat exchanger and then up. We'd have to... I probably want to pull it down off of the loop from here or something. I was going to do that. Yeah, the idea is I'm going to put in suit docks and the liquid lock right in here. Probably. Above the whole thing. Gonna have to have liquid locks. One to get to the vacuum side and one to get to the steam side. Which will require naphtha production at a minimum. All sorts of fun, exciting things. Okay, this is for oxygen. We definitely hardly have enough oxygen here. It's actually unbreathable here in the bedrooms. Snip that pipe for now. I need more oxygen production here too. I don't actually have oxygen production here. We'll just take the bristleberries. Actually, no we won't, because I don't want to deal with rotten bristleberries laying around the place. Okay, it's time to send survey off. Set destination. Back to the homeworld. Not fueled. Fine. Everything else is ready to go. See ya, survey. Return with building materials soon. God damn it. Solar panels overheating. I need to run a cooling pipe through them probably, or I need to better shield them from the steam. Okay, I probably need to deconstruct these and then rebuild it. There we go. All right. This is a little tiny bit warmer than it was. We really need to build a heater box, which is going to have to wait until survey gets back. Okay. Go ahead and finish this heat exchanger. We need to put a little bit of insulation here, but that won't happen for a little bit. Considering we're based out of igneous rock. We're down to 100 kilos of algae. Which means we're going to want to switch over to feeding balm lilies soon. Which means we really need to get this farm running soon. This farm is no longer running because of pressure. Okay, so we need to get a heater box built. Tepidizer. Let's see, how am I going to build this? Or more particularly, where am I going to build this? This is kind of what I need the building materials for, is building the pipes for this. Because the plan is kind of to run a big snaky normal pipe through here. And then put the tepodizer box probably right here, honestly. Build a joint plate like right there. Let's see, tepodizer right there. And then we just maintain the temperature inside this box. Something like that. Oh, that's where that little idiot went. I knew there was one around here somewhere. Okay, put in a heavy watt joint plate. And then boom. And then for automation, a thermal sensor. Boom. Automation bridge. Why are we building this out of steel? Oh, because it's otherwise we're building out of... Okay. Boring. Yeah. There's no real reason to insulate this. It's vacuum. There is a reason, however, to put drywall behind it. There. Random creatures popping out of tiles. Like, oh, they all must have died. Okay, that's weird. I thought there was one of them and an egg up here. There's only enough meat for one of them. Oh well. Great mysteries of the ages. He was hiding here all along. Okay, when survey gets back, we'll have to seal this up. And I need piping for heat transfer. Yes. We'll install the radiant pipe. And put some insulated pipe nubs on it. If only I had something to make that insulated pipe out of. We really don't want to make tungsten insulated pipe. That doesn't seem like a good idea. I can even make insulated pipe out of tungsten. That, yeah, I don't know. We'll wait till survey gets back with igneous rock. Okay. Send green signal if below. Let's do 100 degrees. What temperature do these things want? 95 to 185? Okay, that'll be fine. So you want the loop running at about 100 degrees at all times. Now we just need to wait for survey to get back. This needs to be filled with water. Or some other liquid. Probably water would be the best choice. I think we can just put a bottle emptier here and dump it, and it will not lose too much dropping past the vacuum before it lands in the trough and stays. Either polluted or normal water would be fine. Could be anyway. You know, obsidian. We want to rebuild that. Okay. Not that obsidian is terrible, it's just not the right material. What is entombed here? Building entombment. Oh. We actually have some ice in here. That's interesting. Not completely unexpected, I guess, but interesting. Yeah. Okay, good deal. Keep that nice and chilly. Yeah. All right. Wish we had a field researcher here. I don't want to load Otto on a rocket and bring him out here just for this quick little thing. Ugh. This little tiny bit of dirt right here annoys me. We didn't end up with dirt in any of the rest of the tiles, just this one. I guess later when we hook up the steam rooms, we can hook up one of the steam rooms to this one and at least enough to put an airlock between them or something so people can get in and out. Okay. Yeah, we're almost out of algae. Okay, we are out of algae. I would rather not. My Pacu didn't starve, so... Fred, what are you doing? Show him that. You fool. Why are you standing around idle when the fish need feeding? Wait, blossom seed's not right. It's, what is it called again? Balm lily seed. There we go. There you go. You can fill that now. You can fill that now. Stop eating and doing other non-useful things and go fill that up, damn you. There we go. Okay. We're not going to have enough balm lily seeds. We're going to want to load some up on the rocket and bring them back with survey. Or we could bring a whole bunch of blossom seeds as well. Because we do have plenty of those at the main base. It looks like, speaking of the main base, survey has arrived. Yeah, we have 2,500 units of blossom seed here. I think that is an acceptable amount. Okay, you. Let's go ahead and start loading up the rock first. Raw mineral, igneous rock, copy settings, boom. What's this uncontrolled? Oh. Also, set the building restriction to grounded. Nice. All right. The rocket's refueled. Technically, it's all ready to go. Not actually, but technically. Okay. Everything's going around here. Everything looks pretty decent around here. Nothing too exciting. The hatch stables are doing fine. We even have a few extras running around. Okay. 2.5 million calories here. Of which 1.9 million is berry sludge that no one here is allowed to eat. Needless to say, we have plenty of that. Okay, once all three of these are loaded up with rock, then we'll fill one with aluminum, one with blossom seed, and oh, what shall we put in the last one? We don't actually need that much, really. Something. Okay, Maze has another skill. We'll sink that into grilling. Yeah. Now we actually have a cook there. Oh. Let's see. Survey. You don't need to have farming or cooking anymore. So how about we give you a little bit of a brain clean. Pyrotechnics. That's new since the last time. Last shot maker. What is that? Uses blast shot from refined metals combined with petroleum. Okay. What is that? Suddenly, this is an interesting looking ability. Fires blast shot shells at meteor showers to defend the colony from impact-related damage. Okay, I've never seen this before. Are there any other new skills? I don't see anything. It does make tidying slightly more useful, though. Maybe. Although none of our colonies seem to have anything impacting them, so it doesn't seem very useful. Slowly filling. We still have 300 tons of igneous rock here. That's not a problem. Even with all those hatches to feed. How much do we have in surf and turf here? 200,000 calories of surf and turf. It looks like the thing that's holding us back is meat. Holding us back. Keeping us from having even more absurd amounts of surf and turf. Even the relatively inefficient AccuFarm here is doing very well for itself. This one doesn't even have the system to keep only the AccuFry in. We've got like tropical and swimming around somewhere. I guess it doesn't matter because it's just water, so we don't have to worry about goldfish or anything. Anyway. Looks like I left the material study terminal on. Well, it doesn't really hurt anything. Yeah. Seems like it's taking them a long time to fill up this time. Yeah, I'm tired. The internet came back on at 2 a.m. last night. And so I'm sure you can imagine the consequences of that. After spending all day without. Very little got done in the way of sleeping. Anyway, let's get all these poke shell molts. We still have a few germs over in this end of the pool. It just needs to go down by like a couple degrees and it'll all die off. But just enough hot water gets dumped in from the generators. Keep that from happening. Okay. So you get to switch over to aluminum. You get to switch over to blossom seeds. Those will be for Pacu feed. And you, I'm not sure what else I want to send. Let's send some sand. That'd be filtration medium. Boom. Okay. We only have 20 tons of sand here. We should probably get a rock crusher going. Okay. Let's do salt, table salt. I think that produces sand as well. Yes, it does. I already have that set to do forever. Sedimentary rock to sand. Sure. Unfortunately, this sweeper doesn't quite go this far over, so I can't put a container over there and put that water sedimentary rock hauled to it. What are you supposed to hold? Salt? Okay, well, clearly that's not going to happen. So let's set you to sedimentary rock. Speaking of salt, we probably have a good deal of salt here. Yeah, we have 200 tons of salt here. We should ship that to the main area. Boom. Salt. Anyway, if we ship the salt away from here to the main area, it can be processed there and eventually we can use it for cooking. This place, no fancy cooking is happening. Plus there's only like a couple people here. What is all the panic about? What are you doing, you fool? Get away from the damn tree. Don't just say you're fleeing, actually do it. Honestly. I should remove the ladder that lets him get over there. I don't really want to though because it's one of the pretty default pre-placed ladders. They really have no business going over to that center area though, but they do, and then they stand there and get stuck. So let's actually go ahead and demolish that ladder. There. Hopefully that solves the getting stuck problem. Or not getting stuck, but getting crap beaten out of them by a tree problem. Okay. The oxygen situation is improving, but it's still not great. This room has been pumped down to a vacuum. Let's go and root up these bomb lilies. And let's go ahead and destroy this gas filter. Which would be a simple matter of just removing the gas valve, and that'll allow the gas to leave. And then we can tear this whole room down and turn it into probably a better bedroom for what's-her-face. We'll build an actual proper single-person bedroom there. And then maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. But this water lock can also go. Alright. Deconstruct that entire mess over there. Nice. These guys aren't being very diligent in their hauling efforts. I'll get around to it eventually, I suppose. It looks like they've got all the seeds we need. Let's set this to 2,500. They don't haul any more seeds. Now we just need to wait for some sand. I did set this to sedimentary rock, right? Yes, okay. All right. Eventually, someday, someone will get around to making more sand. Take the seeds, why not? Okay. Where is that water coming from? Thought he cleaned all that mess up. Oh. Speaking of cleaning all that mess up. Oh well. There's a lot of poke shell molts up there. Anyway. I'm glad I used airflows there. I didn't think about it at the time, but that nearly prevents there from being an issue of letting this fill with water. Whatever goes down here, I don't care about. Tomorrow at 5:30. I have an appointment of sorts to go down to my nice friendly local gun store and pick up a package. So that should be exciting. And yes, it is actually an appointment. Because the place I got the thing shipped to is a... oh, they only open by appointment only. Which is kind of weird, but anyway. So I'm going to try to arrange it so that stream will start shortly after I get back. We can look at my new toy together. Unfortunately, I won't get to use it for probably a couple days because I don't feel like going out to the range right away, but I've never actually... it's kind of weird. Here in town, I only get 4G cell service. But out of town, I get what my phone claims is 5G ultra wideband. Okay, we're loaded up. So it's time to go. Get the crew on board. Set destination. Doing surveys on board. We'll kick him out of his suit. Okay, no suit. And good to go. But anyway, but I've never actually tried like a speed test or anything, or even more importantly, oh shit, I forgot to reassign skills to survey. Oops. Okay. Well, survey has skills again. There we go. Anyway, so I've never tried seeing if I can stream from my phone when I'm out there or not. I doubt I'd be able to when I'm here because it's speeds are a bit trash. I mean, they're fast, but they're not. I've become spoiled. I was like, oh no. Web pages sometimes don't load instantly. My internet is crap. But anyway. But even if it did work, it's highly unlikely I would ever... Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say never. But it is unlikely that I would ever stream range day. Oh, that might be fun. Problem is I don't have anything to set a camera up with too reasonably. Just doesn't seem like a good idea. Okay, so let's clean up a lot of this gas piping. Since we have a large amount of it that goes nowhere and does nothing anymore. Okay. And do we have any water piping around here that goes anywhere and does nothing? There's this cooling loop, or heating loop, I should say. Emptying that out is gonna be a pain in the butt. Hello, survey. Welcome here. How's my Sunday going? A lot better than my Saturday went, that's for sure. But pretty well on the balance of things. The internet's working. I got a message from my FFL saying I could pick my thing up tomorrow. Settlement seems to be going fine. Okay, let's put in a bit of mesh there. And we can't put a door in until it's deconstructed. That's why I wasn't on yesterday. Yep, the internet died. I was just about ready to click start stream. And then Spectrum was like, no you're not. And that was that. Makes you feel any better? You'll be wading through a swamp to stake sewer easements tomorrow? That doesn't sound like fun. I hope you got a good pair of waders. Or at least high boots. Got hip waders. Hopefully that's enough. If it's not, I wish you luck. Okay, it's only a few feet deep. Well, then you probably should be fine as long as you don't fall over. Okay. I'll just build like that. Go ahead and replace the insulated tile because we don't need that in here anymore. Anyway. I doubt it'll be any fun though, even with the proper gear to maintain dryness. This doesn't sound like the kind of thing that would be enjoyable. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with this water. I guess I should probably just stick a mini pump in here and pump it somewhere. The big question's where, I guess. Suppose we build a pipe to here, we can just dump it in the pit along with everything else. Here. Let's remove this, since it's no longer needed. Okay. I'll just run this right in here. That should be fine. And then the mini pump. Go ahead and put that here. Okay. It's actually the first time, yesterday was the first time in quite a while that I have had a significant internet outage. For a while there, it was happening every weekend. But it's been fine for months now. Okay. And I suppose it's also good that it happened just before I started stream and not just after. That would have been really obnoxiously annoying. It's done that plenty of times too. Okay. So this is going to be old What's-Her-Face's new bedroom. Go ahead and clean that out. And then we want to build a comfy bed. We need to put in a ceiling light. She has that weird can only sleep when there's light on problem. And we want a wall pot. And an arrow pot. And then Probably don't need crown molding or anything quite that fancy. Then we just need to line the back wall with drywall, which we'll choose the fresh white variant. Boom. And this gas vent gets deconstructed because it doesn't need it anymore. There. Nice. Okay, what do we have for available seeds here? Buddy bud. Temperature 68 to 104, that should be good enough. Okay. But anyway, this could be the new dupe's room because she requires light to sleep. So that's incompatible with staying in the barracks. And she's going to be the permanent resident here. Whereas Dread and Survey are most definitely not permanent residents here. There are team of experts, so to speak. What? That rocket absolutely does have a destination. Yeah, it's landing right now. What are you going on about? Survey's back! Survey's back! Yay! Yay! Which reminds me... Survey. I forgot to give you back your hat. Oops. Have your rocket pilot hat. Oh, I need to run a electric line for the light. Okay. I need to get rid of this heater line as well. How am I gonna do that? I suppose I can just bridge down to this line and get rid of it once they finish building this. Grab the liquid bridge. Boom. Why do I have thimble reeds planted in here? Oh, damn Pip. Okay. Let's get rid of those farm tiles, why don't we? I like pips, but I also very much do not like pips. Okay, that is May's new bed. That is May's table. No, that's Survey's table. That's May's table. Okay, this is Survey's bed. This pot, another buddy bud. Okay, now we're just a few bits of wiring away. It looks like this little bastard, which would normally be a big problem if he was trapped in a bedroom, but he'll actually provide the needed light. I don't technically need to put in a ceiling light, but I'm going to anyway. We can't count on this little bastard being there all the time. The cannon will wander off. Okay, so it's high time that I build a hand pump in here and start pumping out the liquid I need. Let's see. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. We'll leave the plumbing for it alone for now. You fools. You've trapped yourselves. Okay, hopefully you can reach that. If not, we're going to have to do some shenanigans. Okay, there you go. Okay. Now, build that. Then we'll take a bottle emptier and we'll put it up here. And we'll see if we can fill this without engaging in too much messing about. Normal drywall. Place it there. Okay. Nice. Now it looks like we've emptied out that heating loop that we had down here. I am going to have to build the new heating loop up here as well. Let's see. Oops. That would be bad. Just saying. Insulated return pipe. And then boom. Boom. All right, that should work. Connect those ends up. All right, this pipe isn't going to stay here. It's going to go away. Reminds me. Boom. And then those are granite. We don't do granite insulated pipes around here. Okay, make sure there are none around that are still granite. There's one. There's one. And there's one. And there's one. Okay. Now, like so. And we'll redirect the line around this so it doesn't run right through the middle of that. Nice. Okay, you will be supposed to do polluted water, enable auto bottle. And as soon as this is done dumping in, boom. It's all vacuum, so we don't need to worry about catching a bubble of anything back in there. Alright, nice. Need a bridge? Yes I do. Yes, yes I do. Probably the best place to put the bridge will be right over here. Like that. Doesn't really matter where it goes precisely, but that'll do. Okay. And then we're going to have to bridge some liquid onto this from somewhere. I could pull it off of the cooling loop. That'd be kind of dumb, but I could. Let's see, what other sources of readily available liquid do I have? I guess I have to put a pump down here again if I want to get liquid out of any real form. I think we'll just build this off the cooling loop. We should have enough in the reservoir to do that. I really need to start shipping liquid in here somehow. Probably build a liquid tank on a rocket and start shipping it in. Because I'm going to need a lot of water for the future cooling area. I don't know if I'm going to build that now, though. I mean, I'm getting tungsten. We have 6 tons of tungsten already. And it's not like I really need huge amounts of tungsten. But there's more just sitting there waiting. I might go ahead and set this up. Oh, which reminds me. Okay, I did set this to both blossom and balm lily seeds. I need to go into the rocket. Set these all to nothing. And then order them swept. Okay. That will take care of that problem. Okay, so this is filling up with water. Off gassing, of course, but that can't be helped, really. Fortunately. Those are radiation shielding. Not great. Particularly in some spots. Why is it so much... Oh. Because here the plants themselves are blocking quite a bit of it. Alright. I should replace the shielding layer with plastic. over the whole area. Not that it's really a big deal, but like I could have this do a jog and put in a plastic shield somewhere. Probably down here would actually be the best place to do that. Jog it out like that and then put a plastic shield in somewhere here or something. I don't know. They're not really getting enough radiation to be harmful in any case. How many kilos do we have in here? 65. We don't really need a lot. We just need some. Guess as long as we don't have too much, we're good. Cleanup's going pretty well. A lot of the polluted oxygen has been pushed out one way or the other. The gas filtering plant is doing a good job of keeping the area cleared of carbon dioxide and other exciting things. I think we're basically about done here for now. I need to get this running so I can be semi-assured of having future food supply. I need to basically see that we are producing enough cooked seafood to keep everybody happy. Or at least keep one person happy. If I leave a bunch of berry sludge behind, but order May not to eat it, then we can see how well we do with, what do I call it? Then we can see how, we can see how well we're doing on Pacu feed for one person. Okay, get rid of that ladder. Build the farm tile there. That should take care of this. Then we just need to plant a couple more plants and get this room warm. Which is going to require getting these liquid pipes built, getting this sealed, all that fun stuff. Eventually everything will get built. It does look like our water level is slowly going down, which is not unexpected, but is also concerning. Need a solution to that. And the only solution I can think of is to stop producing reed fiber here, which isn't really a solution at all. But I do need at least a little bit of reed fiber here to fix up the worn Atmos suits. Oh, oops. I guess let's replace all that pipe with good old igneous rock. Since we happen to have that available. Boom. All right. Well, good enough. I'm not sure what the next step after this one is. Probably send everybody back to the main colony. Along with as much tungsten as we've gathered so far. I don't really have a use for the tungsten yet. And then we can work on building a bigger rocket. Send survey out in the Surveytopia to collect science and work on finishing the science off, maybe. Yeah, I want to see. Let's see, what do we even have left in research? Not very excited about doing the novice research, is he? We have some stuff. That's what we have. We don't really have much of any real interest. Well, you might probably want to do it at some point. We can just load a bunch of plastic in a rocket and send survey off to generate science. Okay. Go ahead and deconstruct that for now. 63 kilos is all we're going to get in here. Now let's go ahead and boost the construction priority of that quite a bit. Additionally, that can get boosted. I want to get this sealed up so it'll stop off-gassing. The reason I said to stop now is because we don't have any easy access to polluted water out of here. Even if you did, it wouldn't add that much. Once this is sealed and the tepodizer is running, which currently it says it's not submerged in liquid, which is interesting. This must be fully submerged. I wonder what will happen when we okay, we might need to pump more in there. Damn it. Okay, we got to deconstruct that tile, I think, and we're gonna put in a liquid emptier thingy. Cancel those two, deconstruct that tile. Come on, there we go. And then we'll put a fill pipe there, and we'll fill it externally. From, I'm not sure where. anyway. And we just go ahead and snip that. Snip that. Snip that. Okay, wait till this is empty. Snip. All right. Don't want to pull any more liquid out of this loop if I can avoid it. Except a little bit we need here. Why do we have tungsten liquid pipe there? Damn it. No tungsten pipe. That's a waste of tungsten. Oh well. Okay. We take a little bit of drywall. Boom. Liquid vent. Insulated pipe. Technically, if we just put a data pipe there, we can reach it through any of these walls. Go ahead and run it to there, though, for easier access. And then we'll do this. That is priority 9. Then we need to pump enough liquid in here that this is, quote, fully submerged, end quote. Which is going to be interesting because we have nowhere near enough liquid for that. Let's go take a look at the Surveytopia. Can we add a liquid tank to this? Liquid cargo tank. Make it out of steel. Sure, why not? How much does this hold? Liquid cargo tank. Doesn't say how much it holds. That is unfortunate. Also, it looks a bit small. Okay. There are various sizes of things. There's large cargo bay, liquid cargo tank, large gas cargo canister, canister, but there's not a large liquid. Am I sure there's not a large liquid? Large liquid fuel tank. Large liquid cargo tank is part of the jetpack pattern. Okay. Well, we're not there yet, so I guess we'll have to put the small one on. Ooh. Yeah, it doesn't see how much it holds. Oh well. Now, to fill that, we're going to need to build a whatever it's called. Not one of these. We need a rocket port. There we go. Liquid loader. And these things are, of course, ginormous. We'll deconstruct these two tiles. And that should get us enough room, I think. Okay, wait. How about we don't deconstruct those two tiles and deconstruct these two tiles instead? Because we have water right here, and that's what we want to ship. Okay. Could you please finish the damn thing? Honestly. There. Okay, liquid. Liquid rocket port loader. And then we attach that. Like so. Grab a little bit of plumbing. Lid of pipe. Boom. That doesn't need power or anything, does it? Yes, it does. Boo. Okay. There we go, I guess. Okay. This stores 9,000 kilos of just plain old water. So that is multiple of these tanks. 2 and a bit normal storage tanks. That's not very much. I guess that's more than we had, but still. Okay. So who do we have for rocket piloting other than survey? Suppose auto would probably be the least of a problem to send. Turner already has rocket piloting. And AF already also has rocket piloting. We could send AF. The Surveytopia is loaded and ready to go. Yes, okay. We just need to load this thing with water. Which will happen just as soon as the power is hooked up. Draws 240 watts. We should be able to supply that, no problem. Okay. Let's go ahead and hook this not up yet. Okay. As soon as this is done building, it should start loading liquid into it in relatively short order. The one piece of pipe they haven't built yet is the one piece of pipe that has to be built to load. Anyway, as soon as the loop is loaded, we will then proceed to start loading the tepidizer room. Come on. Build the damn pipe. Not that hard. There, finally. We are putting cooling fluid into this, which isn't ideal. But it's what we have available, so... it'll take it a little while to heat it up, unfortunately. Okay, we can remove that bridge now. Okay, now we just fill this until we see the tepidizer start. And then we can snip the line and stop. Not sure how many kilos it needs to run. But it's definitely more than 100. We should have enough in the storage container that this won't be a problem. As long as we don't do it too often. We're going to be shipping water in. Currently I don't have a use for water. So we're probably just going to store it in tanks in space. Nope. I think it tried to run a little bit. We're probably just going to store it in tanks in space for now. Which we're going to have to remove some stuff here to make this work. Maybe. Yeah. Well, solar panel, you need to go. I'm sorry. I need where you were sitting. We're gonna have to launch the recon into space. So we have a place to land the Surveytopia. Can we launch this completely under autopilot? Probably not a good idea. Also, if we launch it, we might use up some of its fuel, which isn't good. Think about this a little bit. Let's go ahead and position some liquid reservoirs somewhere. Probably over here for now. Here isn't a very good place for them. How much do these things hold? 5,000 each, so 2 of them should hold the whole rocket full. You know, this is where I honestly should just build a second rocket platform here. Not like we don't have the resources for it. We don't have the space for it is the problem, I guess. Doesn't matter where we put it, we're going to be cooking part of our base. Then again, cooking part of our base might not be the worst thing we've ever done. If he was to cook the right part of our base. Okay, so the tepodizer is on. Okay. We have 100 and some degree water coming out. This should warm the place up fairly quickly. Additionally, let's go ahead and deconstruct unnecessary piping. Got that back to there. The liquid reservoir here is empty. That's no good. We may have to set up regular shipments of water until we have enough to refill this whole pond with clean water instead of polluted. That, or we could ship some polluted water out instead of clean water. We've already loaded this tank most of the way with clean water, though. Well, I thought about it. Maybe we should send polluted water. But oh well. It's easier to turn clean water into polluted water if you have to. I guess we can pump a little bit out of the PACU tank. Yeah, we're pretty thin on the ground as far as water goes here. Forgot to pump some out of the PACU tank. Let's go ahead and use a full-size pump. Put it right there. Okay. Boom, boom. And then a little bit of power. Boom. Okay. We can just dump some clean water into the PACU tank, as long as we make sure they remain separated. But I guess the only important thing is that we just keep the PACU happy. So if we see them getting a bit glum, then we can just pump some water in. Otherwise, we just leave them alone. Yeah. We do really just need to get the loop running full, and then a little bit more, and then we can stop it. Problem is we're already losing water out of this tank from oxygen production. Probably should stop dumping carbon dioxide into space. And then I can use that together with the new water that I'm going to be shipping in to make polluted water. Since we only have one rocket pad here, I think what I might do is send survey back and then send the Surveytopia out here, offload its water, send the Surveytopia back, pick up the Recon, or... Okay. Let's get all the infrastructure built here. I don't want any of these things. Get all the infrastructure we're going to need to handle clean water here. Namely, we need some tanks. 2 of them somewhere. I'm just stick them right here below the rocket. But I don't want to get them roasted by the steam engines when it takes off, because it generates a lot of heat below this area, even if it doesn't throw steam down here. I guess we can just stick them over here in this corner. Can I run plumbing down there without too big of a problem? Yes, actually I can. Okay. Go ahead and delete most of this plumbing in here. And then we will run a water pipe. There. Here for now. Snip that line. And then we'll put in a couple of liquid reservoirs. And this will be used. Let's see. Currently we're dumping all of our carbon dioxide into here. That is acceptable. Getting pretty close to pressurized in here, though. I probably should dump the carbon dioxide into a container with a skimmer and use that to produce what do you call it? Okay. That'll do, I suppose. Okay. What other easy methods are there to turn water into polluted water? Carbon skimmer does it without any losses. We could use an electrolyzer just to flat out turn it straight into oxygen. But really, I don't want oxygen. I wouldn't mind oxygen. Toilets do it. Although very slowly. Okay. We could do it via ethanol distiller. Although that would be another roundabout and slow method. That would require a lot more infrastructure than I'm planning to build here. I think the carbon skimmer is the only reasonable way to do it. So we're going to just keep this here and use it for clean water, and we'll ship in separate loads of polluted water later to top off this tank. Let's let a little bit of buffer fluid in by cutting that. As long as the pack are happy, we're good. Boom. All right. That's good enough. Go ahead and deconstruct that pump. We'll leave the piping there for now. And then I think we'll send Dread and Survey home. Soon. First, though, we need to hook up power to this. This solar panel is probably going to get roasted again when the rocket takes off. Ways to solve this problem. Well, not put the solar panel there like a dingus. Fortunately, we kind of need it there. The aqua tuner doesn't run that often anymore, so that's a big help. This up here is still a little warm, so we'll definitely keep the cooling loop running. This over here is getting warmer. I think we might need to run some actual radiant pipe in here instead of just doing it the lazy way. Let's replace these stretches with proper radiant pipe. It's not like we have to worry about overheating it or anything. But anyway. How much food do we have here? 1,000 kcal cooked seafood. 72 critters. 53 of which are actual Pacu. As long as we get 1 Pacu fillet per day on average, we'll be fine. What do we want to ship out of here? Assuming we are leaving, we want to ship out eggshells. We want to ship out tungsten. And is there anything else we're producing here that we don't? Here. Not select tungsten there. Let's select tungsten for this one. You want miscellaneous materials. You want to ship out... Wait, industrial ingredient. There we go. Want to ship out any data banks we may have locally. Now, is there anything else we need to ship out? I don't think so. The oxygen situation is getting worse, not better. And we haven't been filling the suits lately. I might need to just flat out set up an oxidizer. Okay, do I have any algae right now? No, I don't. Let's build a little tiny... carbon skimmer. Let's build a little tiny electrolyzer setup right in here. Is that even gonna work? Not enough space there, I don't think. Yeah, there's not really enough space there. Well, we could build it out in space. Or we could build it right here, which would also be out in space. Or what would we do with the hydrogen though? I think let's just mine out this algae down here. And this will be a problem for future trips. Future expeditions to this world will have to bring in oxygen solution. So you know what? No, screw that. I have a better idea. Let's just get some of that oxalate we have all over the place. And dump it right here. I shouldn't say all over the place. But grab some of the oxalate out of the rocket. Just stick a portion of it in here and let the base oxygenate off the oxalate we have. We only need some to survive the trip back. We have like 20 tons of oxalate on here. We can grab probably 5 tons or so of oxalate and That should solve our problem, I hope. At least long enough for us to get Dread and Survey out, which will greatly decrease our requirements. Okay, temperature of this room has risen quickly. Okay, so this is consumable ore, oxalite, 5,000 kilos. And we'll set that to emergency priority. Not really an emergency, I just want to see it done right away. Hello? Oh. It's got the grounded building restriction. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I need to check what the interior one is set to. Set the priority 8. Okay. So this one also needs to be priority 8 to stop them from emptying it into the rocket. Okay. Although actually we can just go ahead and set it to sleep only now. Because we don't necessarily want them delivering more oxygen than that just yet. Okay, immediately the breathability in this whole base is starting to go up. Awesome. Awesome. That should be good enough. Go ahead and mop up this mess. Deconstruct the mini pump. Okay. Water is good. If I was going to be stuck in this base with no renewable source of water ever, I would want to... What would I even do for oxygen? Is there anything you can do for oxygen? I don't think there is. Because the diffuser uses up algae. I guess the sublimation station would be the only solution. Or the rust deoxidizer, but that's strictly limited as well. The sublimation station, you just have to compost a whole bunch of... The problem is, how would you... You would end up with a really complicated... I guess the only thing you could really do is go the ethanol route. Burn ethanol for polluted water. And then use some of the polluted water to raise more ethanol. You'd probably have to wild plant to get a good ratio, get a good enough rate. Speaking of which, I should probably wild plant something here that I can use to produce food, just in case the PACU don't work out. But I am going to go ahead and order what's your face not to eat any of the stuff that's here. Do that now before I forget. Okay, you may not eat any berry sludge. How's that sound? You can have all the cooked seafood you want, but no berry sludge. We currently have enough cooked seafood for 19 days. I have to keep checking back periodically to make sure that's fine. This will be used for offloading water currently. Boom. Whenever we eventually land a rocket there that has water on board. Which isn't going to happen just right away. Okay, let's remove algae from the list of resources we're going to display here. We're no longer using it. Let's add... those seeds we imported, whatever they're called. Let's see. Blossom seeds, there we go. We have 2,300 units of blossom seeds here. I don't think we're going to be running out just anytime soon. Hopefully by the time we start running low on those, we'll have plenty of balm lily seeds built up though. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. The rocket looks like it's as loaded as it's going to get. Got about 500 kilos of eggshell and 2 bad data banks. We're ready to receive resources should we send a rocket with them. I need to reconnect the Atmosuit docks here. Because they're running out of oxygen. The base has been mostly reoxygenated. Good deal. Beautiful. All right. I keep forgetting about this damn tree. I do want to feed him a whole bunch of resin and then load that resin into my rocket somehow. How am I going to do this? What I should do is retrofit the Surveytopia to also have a bunch of refrigerators on board and just load it with all the crap food we have laying around and send it out here and just feed this guy a ton and then load it up with a full load of resin for the return trip. Okay, what is resin good for? Oh, we need to make it into iso resin. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, we can make visco gel if we can get some iso resin. Iso resin needs, basically we need to boil it. Hot, but not too hot, which is going to require a very carefully calibrated amount of temperature. Which, this box isn't even hot enough for that, I don't think. 250 degrees? What's this need? 257 degrees. Yeah, this is right at the temperature. You'd probably need to inject more heat into this to make it actually work. Or we could take it back to our main base and set up the processing facility there where we actually have space. Thing is, I kind of wanted to hook the processing facility as a bit hanging off of the big cooling area here. Well, oops. Forgot that I had that limit set low. No wonder it was full of tungsten. Okay. Let's go ahead and feed some amount of our berry sludge to the tree. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Well, we could issue a dump order for it. Here. First things first, we're going to want to have a shipping rail to do the hauling. Because it's highly unlikely we're going to want to send anybody in to stand underneath the tree. Now, where do I want to run the shipping rail from? We're going to have to do some fancy ladder bull crap to get over here and build that in the first place. Probably from this side. I don't really want to have the reloader in the dining room or the bedrooms or out in space. Although out in space is probably one of the least problematic places I can put it right now. Let me think. Guess if we just run it down to here. Like that. Conveyor chute there. Do a conveyor loader here. Then we can just have some people load it. We don't need to use a sweeper for something this small. Okay, we'll still need to do ladder shenanigans to get up there. But that should work. And it should keep us above the trees' waddy roots. Hopefully. But anyway, we'll feed the tree about 50 kilos of berry sludge. And then we'll send Dread and Survey home. With, if I can figure out a good way to package up the resin with the resin. Otherwise, we'll just have a pool of resin sitting here. Also, let's sweep this crap out of the bottom here. Matter of fact, before we send Dread and Survey home, let's sweep all this crap up. No point having stuff just laying all over the place. Especially when it doesn't need to be. Okay. Nice. Deconstruct these ladder segments, since they are definitely no longer needed. And what do we have here at the mini pod? More steel. Sure, why not? Okay. Oh, missed a bit over here. And a bit there. Surprisingly, the bottom of that pool is already clean. Okay. Oh. This stuff doesn't get swept, because that's where stuff that gets swept gets dumped. Although things that aren't Pacu fillets get swept out of here. You know, I was looking at that ladder and it's like, you know, maybe I shouldn't build that. Maybe I shouldn't delete that yet because I might not be able to reach up, and it'll be fine. It wasn't fine. It wasn't fine at all. Okay, skills. May has 2 skills. Okay, so we want to get to exosuit training on her eventually. We're going to want crop tending and grilling too. For now, let's get improved carrying 1 and 2, because those are really important skills to have. Hello, Bo. Welcome here. Okay, allow manual use. Sweep only. Edible. And then we want berry sludge. Oh, that needs to be hooked to a wire. Of course it does. Boom. Alright. Now, for this, we're going to set the max to 15 kilograms. Okay. Now hopefully they'll come in here, pick some of this berry sludge up, store it. And the rest I'll then order to be swept. Yep. Sweep. Priority 9. And that should end up in this thing. I hope. Where you'll then go feed the tree. Who seems to be very pleased with it. Now, to get that back aboard the rocket. There's a couple tactics I could use for this. One, I could disconnect some of the water piping, expand what's in there already, and use the toilet water storage to store resin instead, with just a little bit of it reserved for actually storing water. Or I could, Or I could build a water storage container in there and use that. Or I can sweep it up all out of here. Add up how many kilos it is. And build a little container and put a bottle emptier in there and dump it in loose. Which would be a bit of a mess. But would work. Also, it's going to take a very long time for him to go through all those rations. Okay, we're going to end up with a good bit of resin here, I think. It says we have 100,000 calories of berry sludge. For some reason I don't think it's counting these calories, because right here it says we have 220,000 calories laying in front of the tree. Oh, they're unreachable. That's why they're not listed in their ingredient. Okay. I forgot. I made this intersection unreachable because people kept making messes. Or rather, they kept going over there and getting swatted by the tree. It looks like... looks like we're going to have a pretty large amount of resin. Maybe instead of leaving, we should just go ahead and build a resin boiler here. I'm kind of torn whether I want to build the resin boiler here or whether I want to build it in the main base. If I build the resin boiler here, it'll be a lot easier to export the resin. I can just put a mini pump down here and pump it all out. Or sweep it up and use a, what do I call it? I can just stick a sump somewhere and pump piles of resin out of here, no problem. If I do build a resin boiler, I could use the tungsten volcano heat. I could use magma heat. Or I could just use a tapidizer. Because honestly, it isn't going to use that much heat. I mean, it has to get to hundreds of degrees. But there's not that much resin and it produces it quite slowly. Being inefficient about boiling it probably isn't a big deal. Alternatively, I could just pierce a hole right here. And put in a temperature transfer box. Let's see, how would I go about doing that? Metal tile. Steel. There. Mechanized airlock. Steel. There. Metal tile. Steel. Here. Doesn't have to be steel, actually, that could be aluminum. And then... actually here, cancel that. Cancel that. Okay. Metal tile. Aluminum. There. And then thermal sensor here. Automation wire. Steel. There. That's really all that's needed. Build this exactly like that. And then we can heat this top plate to whatever temperature we want just by opening and closing this door. Yeah. And we can just like pour resin on top of this. Set the automation to heat it to 200 and some degrees. I probably want to run power too. Steel, of course, just in case. Boom. Yeah, we don't have a suit locker down here, but we can fix that easily enough. We can just build one in this area and make them get suited before they come down here. Or we could build a small one right here and make them get suited before they come down this way. I think that's a good idea. Let me think. Plated tile across there. Cancel that. Dig this. Dig that. Dig that. Cancel that. Dig this. Insulated tile across here. This is gonna leak heat like crazy, but that's fine because the cooling loop is right here and it'll keep it nice and chilly. Or it'll keep any leakage from happening. Not that there will be much of that. Let me just go over here. Choose stations. Set up an atmosuit checkpoint. That way. A single atmosuit dock. Because we don't need to allow more than one person down in there at a time. And then conductive wire already runs right through that spot. And all we would need to hook up from there is an oxygen pipe. Which admittedly be a bit small pain in the butt. We could pull oxygen off this pipe. And then we would just need to send it across and down and over, under, around, and through. Something like that. Could set up priority. I prefer 50-50 split, so this will be fine, I think. Okay. This is far from the dumbest design I've ever made. I am going to cancel this bit of digging, though. Because I don't want them getting down here into the hot area until the suits are set up and this insulation is built. Yeah, I think this will work. It'll be a bit janky and low volume, but that's fine. Just literally build a bottle emptier and dump as much in as I want, and then set the temperature, let it run. Yeah, that'll work. I don't actually want to use steel for most of this wire, upon second thought. Just realized that I built some steel wire and then didn't set it back to aluminum. Derp. Probably should build this layer here out of steel too, just in case of accidents. Otherwise, I'd be a very sad boy if we had a bunch of aluminum slag and drip into the magma. Okay. Leave a hole there so we can get down into here and build. Leave a hole there so we can get down in to build. I want to put in a temporary ladder here. Got something to stand on while they're building down in here. Anyway. Yeah, then we'll just mop most of this liquid out. Or if we can't mop it, we'll pump it with the small pump. Let's go ahead and issue a mop order right away. Before it gets to be too much. There. Nice. Okay. We should have enough suits available on hand already for this. That's not a problem. Red, what are you doing in here without a suit? How did you even get in past the... I thought I explicitly ordered nobody was to go past this point. Oh, oops. Well, that problem's solved now, I guess. I swear I ordered at some point that nobody was to move past that. Well, now I did for sure. Sure didn't do it to the top door? No, I didn't do it to the top door because I just checked that one. Yeah, I don't know. Army must just be playing tricks on me. This is going to be probably the dumbest hot box I've ever made, but oh well. What are the byproducts of boiling this stuff again? I think it's steam, isoresin. Yeah. We're producing hot brew. We will be producing hot steam here. Probably not a big deal. I guess if it is a big deal, we'll worry about it later. Yeah. I don't think I need to worry about that. Probably I do, but they'll be fine. Oxfern seed. Don't mind if I do. Probably never use it here, but okay. The oxygen piping is getting built. Putting in the insulation. That will help keep the main base from getting hot. Heat doesn't seem to spread very well over distance. Not unless you're really encouraging it to. So even basic measures to lock it out of somewhere is surprisingly effective. Gases don't like to move through narrow gaps, things like that help a lot. Yeah, a single atmosphere, Atmo dock. More than enough. We'll just load up one of the suits that's in the rocket right now. Effectively, we've been stealing suits from the main base, but that's fine. Actually, I think there's a suit right up here that we can use. Yeah, right there. We don't even have to steal one out of a rocket. Oh, you know what I should do? Damn it, I completely forgot about this. I'm worrying, oh, what am I going to do about oxygen? What am I going to do about oxygen? This off-gassing isn't going to last forever. What am I going to do about oxygen? Derp. I have an oxygen vent right here. Sure, it's not a very nice oxygen vent. But it's an oxygen vent. Let's see. This is the tile I shall not dig, if I remember correctly. Okay. So let's put in a gas pump. I'd like to put in multiple gas pumps. I'll have to do them over here if I do that. Which is not a problem. I can put two stacked on top of each other right here. I don't think we have enough flow for multiple gas pumps, so only one would probably be enough. We'll put it, oh, I don't know, right there for now. And then insulation. Insulation. More insulation. Manual airlock. And that should do the job just fine. We'll run insulated gas pipe. Did I run? I'm a dumbass. Anyway. That's fixable. It's just gonna be really annoyingly fixable. We're gonna have to dig out all of this and rebuild it. Okay, I guess. Let's do this the easy way. And then we have to do conveyor rail as well. Pretty sure we don't have any wires or anything run through there. Yeah, we're good. Damn it. That is so annoying. I specifically built an oxygen heat exchanger so I could use this to cool the hot oxygen coming out of there. And then I forgot to build a radiant pipe in here. Ah! Okay. However, that does produce polluted oxygen. So we're going to want to do something about that. Namely, I'm going to dump it out up here through a vent. Like so. And then we will have mesh tiles upon which we have deodorizers. 2 of them, like so. I would like to have an auto sweeper up there somewhere. If I can. Think that'll work. And then additionally, if I put a conveyor receptacle up here, the auto sweeper should be able to reach that. Definitely be able to reach that. I can run a conveyor rail up there. I don't want to do this. Basically, I want to have a place I can insert sand into the system very easily. Let's go ahead and build a storage bin for sand here. No, that's a terrible place for it. Well, actually, it's not the worst place ever. If I put an auto sweeper here, then I can reach a couple important objects. This one, this, these 2 storages. The conveyor loader for the sand up top. Yeah. I think this is supposed to be a sand container. No, this is a seed container. Okay. Never did make a sand container, apparently. Then we'll have to run a little bit of power. I guess my plans to send Survey and Dread home are on hold for a bit. We'll run some heavy watt conductive wire around this loop. Because I don't feel like running lighter gauge wire up there. And that should get us polluted oxygen being dumped up here and being deodorized industrial style. At least that is the idea. Okay. Good enough. Okay. Also, it's kind of weird that radiant gas pipe is built out of ore, whereas every other radiant pipe is built out of metal. Makes no sense. Let's deconstruct the contents of that room. Doesn't need to be there. Not anymore anyway. Okay. This place has 43 tons of sand. That should be fine for now. Especially if we do most of the auction production up there. If I start dumping purified water on top of this polluted water, even just a thin skin should prevent off-gassing. And that'd preserve our PACU tank. Failing that, we can just start pumping in purified water somewhere and let it slowly off-gas until we have nothing left but purified water. That would require quite a few rocket trips to get enough water here for that. But okay, you are priority 7. And you hold filtration medium. Don't care what kind. The same for you. You hold filtration medium. Priority 8, because that way the auto sweeper will actually pick it up. Okay. Well, the grand plan to deal with the resin was derailed slightly. Go ahead and mop up that. Just slightly. I'd like to get a field researcher in to research this, but the time to do that has passed. But it's bothering me. But it's tagged red. This is going to be the same deal, but this will be much easier to do because it'll just be oxygen with slime lung. Which won't be nice, but you can just throw somebody in there without a suit and they'll be fine. I think it was slime lung. Those deoxidizers better do their job is all I gotta say. Or not deoxidizers, damn it. Deodorizers. When it gets down here, it better be pretty germ-free. We do have some hydrogen up there. Not really sure where that's coming from. Pretty sure we're not producing it anywhere. Also, it looks like more of the base than not is breathable. But that's because of this oxalate we have in here. We've used about 1.7, 1.8 tons since I've had that moved out of the rocket. Not a massive problem, but I don't remember what temperature this comes out at, except that it's best described as hot. Which was why I built the whole heat exchanger. There we go. Oh, wow. I just deleted that water. Not sure I'm okay with that. Oh well, nothing I can do about it now. Got a pretty good amount of chlorine in here. And because of the suits, we don't have to worry about cleaning it. Okay, infectious polluted oxygen vat. Polluted oxygen with slime lung. It comes out at 140 degrees at 325 grams a second. And it erupts about half the time it's active. Okay. It only has to supply one person, so long term. It looks like construction's going okay, I guess. Oh, you spend a lot of time sitting around waiting for them to do stuff. Waiting for stuff to happen. Waiting for the air to get pumped down to vacuum. Waiting for the little fools to do construction. These deodorizers need to run, but they're a lot less important than this one and these two. Because these are sort of the final defense for keeping any of this stuff coming down from getting into the main base. These just stop anything that does make it out from making it into the actual base itself. What do we have? Bomb seed? Sure, why not? I should put those on high priority so they don't feed the seeds to the fish immediately. Okay. How warm is the base? Still 85 degrees, okay. How warm does the Thimbleweed want to be? It wants to be over 70 degrees. Under 98. I think I'm going to shut... off the base cooling loop for a bit. I should automate this. Or wait, the base cooling loop was off? No. Okay. This is just inverted from what I was thinking. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with the cooling loop shut off I rigged. It just stops everything in place. Which is much less disruptive than making it all drain back into the reservoir. Which is how the cooling loop shut-offs work for the main base. Alright, at some point they'll get this built. All these pipes and stuff are coming along. Kind of wish there was an overlay that showed all the pipes, all the wires, all that stuff brought to the front. What's the exosuit overlay do? Oh, it just shows where the exosuit buildings are. Well, that's not very useful. Be more useful if it also highlighted the rooms that you can only reach through an exosuit, but let's see. We have lots and lots of floral scent all over the place from the buddy buds that are in here. At least nobody here is allergic. What's the decor like? Actually, not the worst ever. It's not very good, but it's not the worst ever. Okay. Not exactly well lit around here, which should surprise no one. Oh. Done a pretty good job as far as exterminating Blue's oxygen goes. Go ahead and sweep the debris out of here. And out of there. Oh, you need power. Did I not hook power up to you? Guess not. I guess we'll grab power off this line. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. This has power hooked up. This had power hooked up. Okay. So I have no idea how long this is going to be dormant because I don't have anybody to go check on it. It doesn't matter what's in here because we're just going to be dumping it out through a vent. So there's no need to pump it down to a vacuum first or anything like that. Most of the hydrogen that collects up here is going to get destroyed eventually. Likely. Okay, May has no skills. I would want to give her a second level or 2 of farming. If I could. I might want to work on improving base decor a little bit. For the reasonable quantity of extra happiness it provides. I should calculate exactly how many bomb lilies I need. I have a feeling even this isn't enough. I might need to move these solar panels up against the edge of the map. Just leaving a little slit for the rocket to get through. So I can have more space up here to build in. I'll think about it. I will think about it. Got a good amount of tungsten there. How much do we have on board the rocket? A little over 10 tons. That's a good step in the right direction. I hope dumping this into my base up here doesn't turn out to be a mistake. Shouldn't. How much? There's a little skin of polluted oxygen in here, this level. Where could I put a deodorizer that would solve that problem? Here would probably work, but that's where I had the bottle emptier and I don't want to move that. Where would I even move it to? If I didn't have this pump in the way, I'd be tempted to put it in here somewhere. Like, put a foundation right there and build it right above that. That'd be a reasonable place to put it. Because then it'd be right in this band. And we could fix the problem once and for all. Also, this area is becoming slowly more and more breathable. This area is very breathable, but this area where it's pumping out of is slowly thickening up. Suppose that's good. We probably technically don't need to do all this, but oh well. Too late now. Okay. We shouldn't have to do anything about this. Just build an aluminum auto sweeper here. And let it take care of keeping these deodorizers filled. Pipe blocked. Oh, yeah, these to do. there. Okay, those are both filled. Yep. All right. Gas pump's ready to pump this down to a vacuum. Not that it really matters. And we just need to get this heat exchanger fixed. Someday. Before too long. The annoying part's going to be rebuilding all of it. After I spent so darn long tearing it all apart. Oh well. Oh well. I wish there was a compost all option you could do on these. Or being better, a way to set up a composter where you can specify what items you want to compost. And just have it do it. I think as it is, the only way I'm going to get bomb lilies composting properly is if I set up an auto sweeper to do it, and I can't do that because I need to have people come in and turn it. But basically I need to have bomb lilies collected, dumped in a room, that I can then mark them to compost, and then an auto sweeper pick them up and put them in the composter, but I don't know if an auto sweeper can even do that. And then, yeah. Composting is not well implemented. Oh, good. Order them to deliver a suit. With the suit provided, or rather with the suit required, we can now start working on the hot box over here. Additionally, we can dig this thing out. Okay. Sweep that up. Order that swept up. At some point this will stop being dormant and start producing oxygen. I should probably put in oxygen tanks somewhere so we can store it for during the dormant period. We'll have to see. Okay, let's get the crap out of here. We don't want to drop abyssalate into the magma if we don't have to. Won't hurt anything, but I'd rather they didn't. Let's just put it that way. Let me think about this. I'm trying to decide if I need to build any of this in a particular special order. I don't think I do. This is going to get hotter than hell in here very rapidly. As soon as the steel starts building, especially. And as soon as this gets done, we need to slam the door on top of it. And as soon as the door gets done, we need to slam this on top of it. Then we can open the door. So actually, it is very important I'm going to even go ahead and say priority 9. That we get this part done. Because that will allow us to close the door. Or open the door. Because we need to open the door so we can generate a vacuum in here. After, you know, this has been capped. The door is probably going to be an emergency priority build. Okay. Here goes most of the abyssalite. Yeah, this tungsten volcano is very easy to cool. One turbine would have been more than enough. I'll have to remember that for the future. Alternatively, I should have put in a second aqua tuner and used this for industrial cooling elsewhere. I mean, it's currently being used to also cool the main base, but if I had 2 aqua tuners, then I could use it to cool the big hot box over here and a few things like that. As it is, I can probably pull cooling off if I want to cool this hot box. Because it'd be kind of cool to make it so I can either cool or heat this room. Anyway. So these tiles off to the side here are only semi-important. They don't block anything or do anything special. Once this thermal sensor's built, matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and order that right now. I'm gonna order this airlock to be built. Slightly higher priority than the rest of it. That way I can open the airlock and then build through the airlock to build these 2 tiles. Okay. Then green signal if below. Let's just set it to 100 degrees for now. That's not the temperature we're going to want, but... Oh, wait, no. 200 there. That'll give us a nice green signal, which means the door will open. That'll change very rapidly as soon as this gets pierced. Let's actually do green signal if above. 100. It's only getting hotter in here. That'll hold the door open until I flip it as soon as we're done building these tiles. Build stuff. As ordered, please. This actually isn't that important, but oh well. Really tempted to order a high priority to build on these, but once again, not actually that important. Come on, wake up, you bastards. I need to sleep that long. I haven't even gone properly to sleep yet. Okay. Oh, what do we have here? Mirthleaf? Yeah, sure. You guys are still happy? That should pop out and fall. Yep. Okay, we don't really care overly much about this, but we'll just issue a non-emergency sweep order. Okay, that'll open up. Boom. Okay. Here comes the heat. Okay. New emergency order. Build that metal tile right now. We need to keep this closed for now. But as soon as that tile's built, it's got to get opened instantly. Shit. We just melted the aluminum. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, it's a good thing we built all this stuff out of steel then. Because there's no easy way to open that now. Okay. Let's put a steel switch on it. Actually, here, wait. Cancel. Boom. Steel switch. Raise that also to emergency priority. Build the damn thing. Quickly, 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 quickly. Okay, now. Build the signal switch. Quickly, quickly, quickly. This is an emergency. Cooling this air room off is going to be very interesting. I didn't think it would heat up quite this fast, but I should have known better. What the hell are you people doing? Okay. It's Dread's current errand. He'll be here soon. There we go. Now it will stop getting hotter in here. Thank goodness. It is cooling off instead of heating up now. Yay! Alright. Let me consider... liquid piping. Let's just put a loop of normal pipe right in there. And temporarily rig a cooling solution for this room to get its temperature under control. So that, amongst other things, this aluminum will solidify. I don't like the way they build. Where they just stand there and build, and then think about it for a second, and then build, and then think about it for a second, and then build. It ends up wasting more time waiting for them to decide which piece they're going to build next than it does actually building it. But anyway, at least the temperature is still going down rapidly. The temperature out here is still cold. Somehow. Although it is a bit toasty up in this area. Ah, shit. You can flow past those, you know. No, you can't. I hate how it does this sometimes. I can fix this though. There. We now have a temporary bypass. Enough to keep the loop flowing, which it has decided it doesn't want to do until this loop is built. At which point it can be fixed readily without too much effort. It takes them less time to distribute the materials than it does to build. But it actually takes them less time to build than it does distribute the materials. It's just they spend more time standing around thinking about it. There. Okay, now. Connect. Disconnect. Cooling shall be accomplished. Water is entering the system at about 13 degrees and coming back out at about 19. So we're not experiencing a huge amount of heat exchange. Largely because I just use normal liquid pipe. But that can be easily fixed once again. Let's install a little bit of radiant pipe. I'll even use aluminum, because why not? At this point, it should stay cool enough that the aluminum won't melt. Additionally, I'm going to install a little bit of automation wire here, and then we'll install a thermal sensor. Green means no heat. So this will be the override emergency switch, which is why it's built out of steel. Okay, the temperature is going down pretty rapidly, and this aluminum has resolidified. Did I build the thermal sensor out of aluminum again? Yeah, I did. Oh well, it'll be fine. Okay, so exactly what temperature do we want to cook the resin at? (257 degrees) is the temperature it turns into steam, so we probably want a little closer to 300. ISO resin turns into naphtha at 390. So about 300 degrees is what temperature we want in here. Then the green signal if below 300 degrees. Current ambient temperature is way over 300 degrees. So we'll let this cool until it's, well, cooler. It's dropped by about 600 or 700 degrees over the last few minutes, so we'll get there eventually. But I definitely don't want to dump the resin in here right now, because it would just poof into a cloud of, well, I'm not sure if it actually turned into sour gas at this temperature. Probably not. But it would definitely turn into naphtha, which I don't want. Do I have this backwards? Send the green signal if above 300 degrees. Okay, then it'll open up. Or then, then it'll close. When it goes below 300 degrees, it'll close it and kick in a little more heat. So let's actually go ahead and turn our override switch off. And this should just maintain temperature at 300 degrees in here. Set that to sweep only for now. And resin. I'm pretty sure we don't have any resin ordered to be swept. No, we don't. But that'll be easy enough to change when the time comes. Speaking of sweeping, let's get the rock out of here. It's pretty toasty, but not so toasty that it'll be a problem. One thing that's not helping with the temperature exchange here. Let's improve this emergency cooler and make it actually permanent. Let's use steel radiant pipe through there. And then we'll use an insulated liquid pipe. Provide the attachment stubs. The idea being that if it gets too hot, we will turn on a connection from the loop. Cool it. The liquid shutoff can't be embedded in walls, unfortunately. I think we'll keep this a manual system, but a better manual system. Hello, Colo. Okay, small steps in the right direction. What am I doing? I am rigging up the temporary small-scale isoresin boiler. The heat source has been created. We have a hot plate here. It is currently too hot, but I'm preparing to cool it down a little bit. And because I'm lazy, I'm going to do it by piping coolant right through the hot plate. Because I don't want to wait. This coolant bit right here is helping a lot, but the atmosphere is really thin here, so... First, I'm going to see if I can maintain pretty much right around 300 degrees in here. Or if I end up with runaway thermals. Did I? Okay. I did have wire there. But I think the aluminum part up here melted. Which is why I shouldn't rebuild it out of aluminum. I should rebuild it out of steel. There. You obtained the arm of the V2 from Ultra Kill. What game is that from? I don't recognize it. Let's see. I'd like to rig this with an easy shut off. But I can't put the shut off. Here, let's do it this way. Boom. And then we'll take insulated pipe. Here. Let's remove that liquid bridge. shooter. Okay, this is gonna need power. We'll hook it up with some steel because I don't want it melting. It's gonna need a bit of automation wire so I can have a oh shit, things are going to hell switch. Which I'm gonna also make out of steel. And then I need to double check to see if I made the shut off out of steel. I did. 13th time the charm. I used to play Warframe, so I know that feeling. I unfortunately know all about that feeling. Sometimes grinding can be fun, but eventually it begins to lose its luster. Okay, let's deconstruct all of this, the outdated stuff. And then I'm going to take and run a bit of plumbing, insulated pipe. Like so. And this insulated pipe will be the return line. Like that. And I'll put that in, and this should work, I think. No, it won't work. Yeah, it will work. We'll have to make some modifications, though. Yeah. We'll have to put another bridge going this way. So any overflow or return won't backflow, it'll instead go straight out. Okay. Then we have to snip that. But I'm not going to until this is built, or is about to be built. Okay. Get your ass back here and build this thing. Hopefully he's going after materials. Okay. Let's snip that. Deconstruct that. And this should all work perfectly. Emphasis on should. This whole janky disaster. Okay, what do we have here? Sand. Where did that even come from? Oh. What? Did it? No, that doesn't make sense. Well, I guess I have discovered stuff that I shouldn't do there. Namely that this gets way too hot, way too fast. Oh shit. Taking this out is priority 9. Do it right this instant. There we go. Okay. It is a bit hot in here. What is overheating? The liquid shut off. I made this out of steel on purpose. Okay, well. We're getting a little bit of overheat damage in here. Which I should have absolutely foreseen coming. Dumbass. Alright, well. It's still hot in here. Oh, okay. At least the door's open now, and it will stop getting hotter. I was hopeful it wouldn't heat up that quickly. However, oh, I know where the sand came from. It's the dirt that popped out of the coolant. Okay. Well, we need to dig that out now. I guess we have a way to make sand. How am I going to deal with this? Well, first of all, this was a dumb idea. That's just going to be way too hot. There's no simple... However, I could probably run above it like that. And it might not be quite so bad. I may not be able to use radiant pipe. But there's only one way to find out. Also, get back here and dig this all out, you dumbass. On the bright side, most of that steam is turned back into ice over here. Who's scalding? Oh. Apparently some steam made it up here. Not actually that hot though. What are they complaining about? Okay, whatever. Alright. Water is rerouted. Build that today, not tomorrow. Thank you. How did they build this radiant pipe here without... Interesting. All this crap away, please. Only 900 degrees. What are you complaining about? It's not even... It's not even 100 degrees in here. Okay, whatever. I mean, I guess it is 200 some degrees in here. Which isn't ideal. Oh well. Okay. Let's take the yeah, let's take the confetti suit. We have a person who doesn't have a suit here. There. May has a suit now. Okay. We'll just let Dread take a well-deserved nap there for a bit. I really, really, really need this damn thing done. Yes, it's hot. No, I don't care. I need that piece of pipe done so I can start running some water through this. Nice thing is, we are at least cooling this off some. Unfortunately, we are making the tungsten hot again. Tungsten's coming out quite cold and is heating back up to be quite hot. Oh well. Don't pick up the aluminum. Build the damn pipe. No, survey probably shouldn't be down there doing any construction. What I do need is a second one of these beds. I should have moved them up here, but I have liquid reservoirs there now and I don't really want to change that. Can I squeeze another one in here? No. I could. Suppose I could. Instead of repairing the damn valve, build the flippin' pipe. Okay, get your ass out of here, survey. Now. Entombed. Well, that's nice. Get out of there. Okay, cooling is accomplished. Get your ass out of here, you fool. Well, that's great. Alright, Dread. Get out of there. The rescue survey, please. Okay. Okay, cooling is accomplished. We just need to get the temperature in here down a bit. And I do believe that I'm going to manually control the temperature from now on. Because I can't trust these little dumbasses to do it. Okay, finally everything is underneath the overheat temperature. Let's turn off that. It's still over 300 degrees in here. Okay. Let's give it a little bit more cooling. It's surprising how little temperature it actually picks up. About 20 degrees. Okay. Now, it should be below the temperature where the iso resin would turn into naphtha. So, let's sweep one of these. Matter of fact, let's sweep 2 of these, and we'll see what happens. We should get iso resin and steam. Okay. Looks like Dread's healed up again. Where's May? That's actually an excellent question. Where is May? Okay, there we go. Alright. Dread's in good shape. He can go handle the fun and excitement of producing iso resin. Yay! Awesome. Okay. We've got iso resin. Now, we will not inject any more heat. I think we can inject a little bit more iso resin before we clean it up and worry about thinking about more heat. So sweep that. Additionally, I would like to move this liquid shutoff to the other side of the wall. Let's deconstruct these two. That's not ideal, but it'll work. I think. Yeah, we'll have to build the return line like there. And we'll have to move this bridge up one. Which we can do easily enough. Okay. And then let me think. This isn't gonna work. Don't have a room to do it in. Yeah, I don't have room to do this in. Well, let's sweep the stuff out of here first so yeah, we don't melt our iso resin. And it looks like we can add a little bit more resin, which we already have orders to do. Okay. This is definitely a very ghetto way to do this, shall we say. I really don't have enough room to be doing it in this area. Okay. Red could probably use a triage cot. It's not hot enough to cause serious injury at all times, but it's certainly not good. Not sure why they're so slow about working on this. They do have orders to remove the metal tile, they just don't seem to get around to it. I think I put a vertical liquid shutoff in here, but then looking at it closer, there's no way to bypass that. I think I'm just gonna have to not do that. But I don't really want the liquid shutoff to be in here. So maybe what I should do is block off this side and build it in here. And then wall it in. Here. Let's deconstruct most of this bypass. I'm going to restructure this so it's up higher so we can have space here to use. Cancel that. Cancel that. And then we'll run this down to here. Yeah, we're going to put this in the wall. Once these are rebuilt, we'll deconstruct these two. We'll move this up. Anyway, it'll move. The important part. And we'll put the cooling switch right above the heating switch. The new one. Because this one has to go as well. The automation wire is going to go because we're not going to put a temperature sensor in here. It's too dangerous. I think I mostly solved the pipe bursting problems. It just was not to run it through the, what do you call it here? If I run it above it, this short run is enough that it's fine. Is that valve to 1 kilo? Yeah, I know about that one. I would rather have full flow if I can, though. What temperatures to isoresin do interesting things? It just turns into naphtha at 400 degrees, okay. That's not a big deal then. Damn it. Alright, survey, go rescue Dread, please, thank you. May, get your ass out of that cot. Go rescue Dread. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, this isn't good. Okay, now rescue Dread, please. What the heck? Okay, survey got him. Good. Okay. So that problem... Oh, that would explain why they've never worked on this. I didn't realize there was a gap there. Oh, well. Anyway. Now... That's going to be the cooling switch. That off for now. Okay. So... Why is this 500 degrees now? It's getting hotter. Why is it getting hotter? I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to get hotter. And this is getting hotter. Well, that's concerning. This doesn't seem to be changing its temperature at all. Oh, we need to get the cooling loop running again. Which means... Build that, you lazy bastards. Also that. Now, okay, let me think, how am I going to do this? I would like to split some off of here, if possible. Wait, if I build it... Oh, that's unfortunate. Why is this getting hotter? I didn't think these passed heat when they were open. It should be a vacuum in here. No, maybe not. Maybe it preserves the atmosphere behind it. But... Oh, it's got sand inside it somehow. Shit. How am I gonna solve that problem? I don't think I'm gonna be able to solve that problem. How did you get sand inside of it? I made absolutely sure this was completely clear before I built the airlock. This was all swept out. Yeah, there's sand in this tile. This one doesn't have any of that. Oh yeah, it does too. There's sand in both of these tiles. Where did that come from? Oh, I know where. Well, that was dumb. Okay, we're gonna have to open this up. We're gonna have to dig out that sand. Can I even order it dug? No, we're gonna have to remove the airlock, dig it out. Oh, that's just become a minor disaster. If I close and open the door, it should destroy it? I don't think so, because it's tiles of sand. It's not pieces of sand. So I strongly suspect we're going to have to remove the door, somehow dig it out. It's probably bugged. So I might have to save and reload in there. Yeah. Also, these fools aren't working on what I'm telling them to work on. They're working on other random things. Oh, those are priority 9. Let's drop them back down to 5. Okay. Save and reload won't fix it, I'm pretty sure. There's the same thing that happens if, well, this isn't a good place to demonstrate it, but over here is a perfect place to demonstrate it. It's the same thing that can happen over here. If, for some reason, you dribble too much magma into this at one time, you can get, instead of having it form debris tiles that then drop down to here, it can form a full tile of rock in the same tile as the mesh. And then the solution I found... Oh, what did I do last time? I had to delete the mesh tile. And then I reordered the mesh tile built over it again, I think. And that made them dig it out properly. So I can probably just remove the door, reorder them to build the door, order the door closed, open the door immediately opened. And other than making the room blistering hot again, it should work. And this time we need to make sure the sand's out of there and all that too. Because you can trap, it won't crush the sand the same way it will gases. It will trap it and then it can turn into a tile and cause untold havoc. Where are the little idiots? Okay, here comes Dread. Yay! Following orders. I would rather you grabbed a suit and came down here and dug this out, though. Let's actually... Okay. None of this is terribly important, except the digging right now, which is critical importance. Dig, damn you. There. Okay, now you may leave. Okay, this all needs to be swept up. Not mopped, swept. Get it out of there before the sand becomes a problem again. And then we need to remove this tile. We need to remove the mechanized airlock. We need to clear out all the crap. We need to rebuild the mechanized airlock, which will hopefully then immediately open again because the signal switch is still set the way it is. Hopefully that removes the sand. Hopefully that clears out the gunk inside of it. We can then sweep that out if need be. Immediately rebuild this tile. Flip the switch. Unpause the game for a split second, just long enough for it to start to close. Flip the switch again. Boom. Problem solved, hopefully. In the meantime, it is getting very hot in here. Get your lazy asses down here and get this hauled out. They're sleeping again, aren't they? Yes, they are. Well, that's extremely unfortunate. We'll take plastic. Now, the cooling loop that was built in here. I think this might make matters worse. I was thinking about unconditionally connecting the cooling loop. On the theory. Okay, let's see. How do I want to rig this shut off? I want it to be outside of the room. Ideally here. If it doesn't go through... If it doesn't go through there, then it continues upward. Okay. Let's go ahead and build this for now. And then we can't do that. Yeah. Damn it. Could do that. Right. We don't have time to do this properly. Wait. Why are they gonna dig out the abyssite there? The liquid bridge should be built. Oh, maybe they just can't build it over a natural tile. That's a possibility. Also, I thought I canceled that. Okay, well that's unfortunate. We'll just build it there then, because I don't want to dig out that abyssite tile if I don't have to. Okay. And then do the connection. Okay. It should be able to cool this down without poofing into steam in the pipe, I think. Those need to be high priority now. Okay, so this is cleared out. We need to get cooling liquid running through here quickly so that this stops heating up more and more and more. Yeah, that automation wire can be dealt with later. I don't care. Okay, here we go. It's coming out at 95 degrees. Okay, that's good. That should reduce the temperature in here considerably. And quickly. Yeah, it's dropping now. Okay, that's good, because we're about to make it really super hot in here. The colder I can make it before that, the better. Okay. So it's down to 350 or so here in the metal tile. Sweep that out. Okay. So this needs to be removed. That needs to be removed. Oops. Let's save the game first. Now let's additionally overwrite the danger save. Okay, and we can deconstruct that. Okay, get that steel out of there right now. Additionally, this is getting very hot very quickly. Apparently it has forgotten that there was sand there. That is good. Because now there's gas in that tile. That is actually quite excellent. Don't stand on top of the door, you dumbass. Okay, well that works, I guess. Yep, there's no sand there anymore. Okay, excellent. Get back down here before it gets too hot. It's still being kept cooler than absolutely roasting in here. Pause the game. Boom. It's a vacuum in there now, finally. Alright. No more out of control temperature. Now we just need to cool this down to about 350 degrees or so, and we can remove this bridge and start thinking about how exactly I want to fix this so I can run the cooling loop more effectively later. I really don't have enough room to do this properly. Okay, this is properly done, finally. So I can start refilling the heat exchanger at last. I think we have a worn Atmos suit. It's fine. There's a good one around here somewhere, and we should be able to repair the suit here at the Exoforge. Okay, I would really like to be able to shut this off now. Alright. I could just put a liquid shut off here and invert the meaning of the to have it either go this way or just go the other way. That would actually be much smarter. Why didn't I do that before? Yeah, let's do that. Somebody get their ass down there and remove this before it gets too cold in here. We got the heated anyway, I guess. That's annoying. Okay, liquid shut off. Yep. There's no reason to make that out of steel. Use aluminum. It's safely on this side of the hot-cold divide. That hooks up to there. This hooks up to here. Construct that little pipe tail. And this should work fine. deconstruct those too, because why not? Automation wire. There we go. Okay. Small victories. Why is this overheating? It shouldn't be overheating. Also, we need a power wire down there. Power. Aluminum conductive. Boom. This doesn't need to be there anymore. Oh. 167 degrees is the temperature. It's 190 something in there right now. Well, that's unfortunate. If we can get this damn thing running again, which it should shortly, it'll hopefully build the wire. There's aluminum right here by the mountain. Fine. Be that way. And this one too. There we go. Okay. Unreachable build. I know there's a suit around here somewhere. There's one on the rocket if nowhere else. Like repairing this thing, not useful, not total waste of time. Okay, finally, we have a suit. Where did I set the priority? Oh, that should be higher, that's why. Okay. Okay, that's charging. Suit's fueled. Definitely not unreachable now, you bastards. Go do it. Why is this so hot in the first place? Oh, here, let's turn the bypass on, just let water through. Alright. Oh, they'll get around to it eventually. Yay. Okay, let's turn that bypass off and we'll start cooling this area down. And it's not flowing. Why is it not flowing? Because liquid physics in this game are weird. We need another bridge. Generally, if something is broken with liquid physics, the answer is always you need another bridge. Okay. And then build an insulated tile there. Boom, the whole mess, high priority. Okay. That should do it. At least it's not getting hotter. We just have to deal with the current level of problem without the level of problem going up. Get rid of that water. Why are these... I think I need to answer this one. Okay. That was the FFL. Asking me if I could be there earlier. Because, quote, I had an opportunity to snag a wild honeybee hive, end quote. Okay. Not my scheduling problem, I guess. I mean, sort of my scheduling problem, but also not. Okay. Now it will get cooler in here for a while. Turn on the bypass switch. And that's not working because I need to rig it so that this goes in there. Yes. We'll just set that up for emergency for a second. Yeah. That'll allow the loop to empty before it sends more through. Except, damn it, that's not going to work now. Okay, let me think. I don't have it set up here. This is the same basic system. Oh. Okay, instead of bridging it off, I'm bridging it on. Okay, that's easy to do then. Deconstruct you. Let's cut that pipe for now. And once this drains, I will go ahead and remove that. Okay. This is running. So that's good news, I suppose. We are pumping out a little bit of polluted oxygen up here periodically. Okay. Pressure is high enough here that this isn't off-gassing anymore. That is very good. Okay. We build that. Deconstruct those two. And this should magically start working again once I reconnect this, which I can do right now. Okay. Now, if I flip the switch, it will flow. Unfortunately, if I flip the switch again, we'll be left with water stuck in the system. That's not necessarily what I want. I would like to drain the system. Let me think about this. If I were to... Oh, I know how to do this. This is dumb, but it will work. And then we cut the wire, or, you know, cut the pipe right there. Build that to there. Deconstruct that, and it should all work. This should cause the loop to drain. Like that. And then continue pulling from the system. Okay, perfect. This will allow us to have a dry loop while having the ability to have the shut off run the other direction. If that makes any sense. Alright, let's mop out this liquid. We don't need more steam than we already have. And then we'll inject a little bit of heat. And we'll see if we can continue turning our resin into isoresin. Yeah, get this stuff out of here. Now, relatively chilly in here. For certain values of chili. Go ahead and mop that up. Boom. We probably have enough of a heat exchanger right there ready to get it working. polluted oxygen is sitting up here at 40 degrees. Gas vent overpressure. Okay, so the oxygen problems are solved for certain values of solved. I would like to have I would like to continue running this pipe up here maybe and put in like a stack of... I'd have to remove a solar panel for that. Or move it up. I could do that. Move some of the solar panels up and then stack bring out columns. Stack tanks in the radiation. That would help kill the germs too. That's maybe more ambitious than I need to do right now. Okay, so this area is clean again. Let's inject a little bit of heat. Boom. Instantly to 1,000 degrees. Okay. Cooling loop on. Needless to say, if I'm going to inject heat, I need to have the cooling loop running before I close the door. Let me get this down to about a bit under 400 degrees. Say about 300. Let's see. What's the temperature of the isoresin? Goes bad. 392. Okay, so we want it to about 360 or 370 at the most. And then we can inject more resin. Okay, cooling loop off. All right. Now let's order more resin cleaned up. And quickly before we lose heat and have to inject more. I'm not sure how I would automate this system using this heat source. I would have to step it down somehow. And that would be really interesting. Because clearly this is not anywhere close to enough fine control. And usually this is the kind of system that is shown when people are talking about fine heat control. So you would either need a lot more thermal mass to slow it down, which it looks like we pulled too much heat out of it and weren't able to boil it all. So now we need to cool it down more. And then we will sweep up the remaining ISO, or the remaining resin. And try again. Also, this could be annoying if we let that drain. It'll just make the problem worse. We're gonna have to put another bottle emptier somewhere else to get rid of that resin. Up there is a good place for it. That's what happens when you dump too much resin in. Overjudge your heat. At least we got more isoresin out of it. Anyway, let's sweep that up. This bottle emptier is going to become resin, sweep only. Cancel sweeping that. We got to do it a little at a time, I guess. One, maybe two bottles at a time. Just because it loses heat too quickly. That, or Okay, let me check something. These are aluminum tiles, right? What temperature does aluminum melt at? 1200 degrees. Okay, that's too risky. I was thinking aluminum temp shift plates, but that's way too risky. We can use some other temp shift plate, though. Steel would be acceptable if I had enough. Tungsten would probably be fine. What's he mean by thermally reactive? Require little energy to... Okay, that's not actually what I want. I want something that is very... holds a lot of heat. We'll put in a pair of steel temp shift plates there. Hopefully that'll raise the thermal mass enough that we can put more in here. But anyway, once they've cleaned up the mess down here. There's a bit of resin that needs to be mopped. I don't want to produce sour gas or whatever else down here. Straight off the magma sea is not a good source of power for this. For heat, I mean. I would have been much better off if I had gone for the slightly less efficient method of, or less efficient method of just using a, what do I call it? Just using an aqua tuner plus tepidizer. Okay, so we have made a mess up here, which I will now mop. And you will no longer take naphtha. Not naphtha, resin. And you will take resin, but sweep only. Now once they finish building these temp shift plates, we will attempt to raise the temperature. We probably lost a bunch of the temperature because I didn't turn off the cooling loop. Actually, did I turn the cooling loop on? Yeah, I turned the cooling loop on after we failed to use up all the resin, just to cool it down more. Like 100 degrees over here. 2,700 degrees over there. Hello, Sharded our shark. Welcome here. Yeah. Hopefully these temp shift plates help keep it from swinging quite so much. Honestly, they're probably not going to provide enough thermal mass, but it's the thought that counts. Okay, time for a temperature injection. $400 degrees. Boom. Okay. Actually, it's only 290. We're going to have to do another temperature injection. Okay, now it's about 480. That's a bit much. Let's get a little bit of cooling running through here. See if we can get back down to about 370. That should be good. Okay. Is this set up right? Yes, it is. How much resin can we dump? We'll do about 250 kilos and we'll see if that It drops the heat too much. And of course it's the middle of the night, so nobody's gonna do any work. Get off your lazy ass and get to work. Come on. 200 kilos of resin. Here we go. Current temperature 367 degrees on the hot plate. Wow, that drops the temperature by a lot very quickly. Dare I risk it? I'm gonna do the dumb. Let's start the cooling loop running. And let's see if we can get this hot without going too hot. And okay, there's the remaining 40 kilos or whatever. Okay. Let's get this cooled down as much as we can. Which should be pretty easy. What's the water temperature coming out of here, by the way? 75 degrees. Incoming water temperature is actually not that much colder. Wow. Okay. Why is the water so hot right now? Yay! Reconnection successful. Supposedly. Yep. Alright. That was a little bit of internet issue. Hopefully it doesn't come back. Okay, so why is this not... Oh. Because I'm an idiot, that's why. Oops. Yes, the system to drain the loop works a little too well. Okay. Let's turn cooling loop off. I need to not rig it up that way. It does work wonderfully for draining the loop. Hello, Bo. Welcome back. Yeah, I think we'll do like that. And then that. Deconstruct that. You're lurking. Nothing wrong with lurking. Oh, that's going to create the problem, though. That we'll get some bypass here. Damn it. Is there no way to do this that doesn't involve the valve facing the other direction? That doesn't also involve liquid sitting in the pipes? Yeah. Get that out of here quickly. Okay. At least we have coolant liquid flowing through the whole system again. I need to think about this. How am I going to rig this? that. And this is off. I think we don't need this liquid bridge. I think what we do need, let's also get rid of that liquid bridge. And then I think what I need to do, I need it so that the system will not flow. This line needs to drain as soon as it's not being flowed through. In addition to draining, it also needs to let's see. I think okay, I can't short circuit the system because if I do it won't work. But when I do shut it off, maybe I'm putting the valve on the wrong side. That shouldn't matter, actually. I mean, ideally, I'd have the valve pulling off of the line instead of being in line on the line. So that when the valve is closed, it then is forced to go this way. However, how am I going to have it so that when the valve is open, liquid coming out of the valve has priority, but it still mixes with the liquid that was on the line? Because this system up here, which currently isn't running because reasons, but this line would normally stay full. It just isn't right now because, once again, reasons. I need to have this cooling loop ready before I can do anything. Honestly, I think I'm just better off playing around with the disconnect tool than trying to rig it to a switch. If I could... I guess I could install another valve. Problem is we don't have space for it. But if I could install another valve, I could have it so it drains to one place when it's shut off and drains to another place when it's on. And that would work. Because otherwise the problem is it doesn't matter if I shut it off or shut it on. It just keeps flowing around the off path. Unless I short circuit the system, and if I short circuit the system then the rest of the cooling loop dies. And the liquid stops actually getting cooler. Which isn't a huge problem instantly, but becomes a problem over time. I think there just might not be a way to do this without changing the orientation of the valve. Now, if I change the orientation of the valve, then I've got problems because, well, I guess I can do this. Think. Okay. When this is on, it will bypass the system and flow that way. So far, so good. When returning, we want this to go first. No. Yes. Back to the same damn problem. How did I used to do this? I think I used to just run them straight onto the line. And that worked. Or did it? I think what I really need to do is put it not connected to the main line. No. Yes. Here. I've got some of these, not in this place. This place. There's some shutoffs that I used. How did I do them down here? Or, well, no, here's where I did it. Okay. This is the output. It comes down here. Through there. Boom. If this isn't shut, it goes to there. Yes. But if I shut this off, okay. That's extremely unfortunate how slow that is, but it's better than what we have already. So, make that work. I need to have a liquid bridge here that strongly establishes directionality. And then this flows straight into that. This gets deconstructed. And that gets deconstructed. Okay. I think I've got it figured out now. I hope I've got it figured out. A bit of insulation right there. We'll insulate that for no particular reason. And we'll call it a day. Deconstruct that automation wire, shouldn't be there. And boom. Okay. So that works. And then when we go to shut it off, it empties at half speed together with this system. Is the easy way to make this give priority. I won't also break it completely. Yes and no. Maybe. The way to do that would be, instead of just running them together like this, it would be to run them together so that this one flows into the back. If I do that, though, it will... No. Yes. If I was to take this one and just run it straight up into the back of this, I think it'd work. Let's try it. And then we snip that line. This is becoming progressively more and more weird as far as pipe loops go. Alright, let's clean up as much of this water as we can. Obviously we can't get it all. I don't want to clean up the resin if I can avoid it. How warm is it up here? 95? Okay, it's fine. We might want to run the cooling loop a little bit longer. Get that iso resin out of here before I do anything I'm going to regret. Which I'm definitely going to do something I regret here. Namely, I'm going to try to inject just enough heat into this without creating everything, causing everything to fall over and blow up. Yeah. Alright. Cooling loop on. Let's test the cooling loop turning on and off again. Okay, cooling loop is on. Cooling loop is off. It drains at full speed. Okay, good. And as soon as it's out, boom. Okay. Cooling loop, we want the cooling loop to be on for this procedure. We want this to be as chill as we can easily get it. We want to mop up as much of the water as we can. Down to 60 degrees in here. We're actually... Okay, that's good. Solid resin, I'm okay with that. Get that water out of here. Okay. With the cooling loop on, as soon as they get that water out, we're going to do a heat injection. That gives us heat. Not quite enough heat, but close. Okay, so we've got some iso resin to remove. It worked. A tiny little bit. Now that I've confirmed I can do it, let's get the rest of this iso resin out of here. That is solid resin, unfortunately. About to inject a little bit of heat. Let people clean this mess up. We can dump more resin in here, and then we'll slowly turn it into isoresin and steam. A little bit at a time. Let's boost the priority on this slightly so it actually gets done today, not tomorrow. Okay. More resin. I'm glad you can click through the material and flip the switch. Because if it didn't allow you to do that, that would have been very annoying. I would have had to dig it up and lose some resin. Not that it's that hard to get more resin, it's just like kind of like, but why though? It looks like we have a pretty good amount of cooked seafood building up. Still got more resin to go. As soon as that next batch of resin's dumped, we'll go ahead and do another heat injection. Poof. There's another ½ kilo of isoresin. Do another heat injection. Poof. Make that 3.8 kilos. We'll do one more heat injection. Okay, that was a good result. Alright, let's get that isoresin out of here. And let's turn on the cooling to get that steam settled out. Okay. Now, let's order all the isoresin to be loaded aboard the ship. I think it is industrial ingredient, maybe? Nope. Rare resource? Yeah. Boom, there we go. Okay. We'll order the isoresin loaded. And I think that's the last main thing I wanted to do before I pulled Dread and Survey out of here. There's various small cleanup tasks to be done, of course. For example, I would really like to put an insulated tile here without there being water in this area. I should have done that before, but oh well. No, stop dumping water in there, you fools. Clean up the mess. before this tile gets water in it. It probably won't because it's got some carbon dioxide trapped in there. Okay, good deal. Boom. Okay. Nice. Yeah, we get this nice and chilled down, and then we don't have to worry about it ever again. Until the next time we need to make more isoresin. Which hopefully doesn't happen for a while. Okay, we have 0 kilograms of isoresin here, which means it's all loaded aboard the rocket. How many kilos of isoresin did we get for all that work? 250. Okay. What is isoresin? How much does it use to make anything useful? It takes 35 kilos to make 100 kilos of viscogel. So we can make enough viscogel to make a few nice airlocks, and that's about it. Okay. Or we could make some insulation or something boring like that, but meh. There's a much cheaper way to insulate things than insulation. It's called a vacuum. But anyway, so this worked for certain values of work. It was far from ideal, but it worked. Trying to cool off the magma this way would be very interesting, that's for sure. Take a very long time. But if you build a big steam box built around something like this, it might work. You could certainly pull heat out fast enough. The hard part would be keep having a thermal mass to keep it from just going insane. Anyway. I think the idea of just dumping the water in on top of an open magma pit probably not going to work because of the amount of thermal mass this has. It's like 2 tons per tile. We're going to end up with multi-thousand degree steam. And I think that might be a bit too exciting for my tastes. Yeah. Anyway. I think it's probably time. Let's change crew. Oops, no. That wasn't the button I wanted. I mean, it kind of is the button I want, but also isn't. Change crew. Dread and survey. Change destination. Boom. Main base. And we'll leave old what's-her-face behind all by herself. Got an emergency food store. Oxygen production's online. All she needs to do is cook Pacu steaks and take care of the bomb lilies. Feed the Pacu, all sand around, all that fun stuff. Okay. It is ready to go. So, yeah. We have very little food on board. I just realized. Well, they're going to be a bit hungry by the time they get there, but they should be okay. Let's see. The trip takes 3 cycles? 2.2 cycles. Okay, so they should be fine. They'll be hungry, but they'll be fine. Because they have about 1 day of food. On a 2-day trip. Oh well. This is sealed. And it's cooling down slowly. It's probably about as cold as it's going to get, 20 degrees. There isn't much variation from hot side to cold side, which is fine. The auction's not exactly flowing at any kind of real speed. How are we doing on the elimination of polluted auction in the base? There's still a little bit here. I'm going to go ahead and build a mesh tile here. And then above it, I'm going to put in a deodorizer. In the possibly vain hope that this will allow me to eliminate the polluted oxygen above the polluted water and stop it from off-gassing. Because then we'll settle the denser oxygen settles down top of it and stop that. Okay, where else do we have a population of polluted oxygen that isn't being cleaned up? There's a bit over here. That's not really a lot. A little tiny bit over there, a little tiny bit down here. Those aren't big deals. They'll clean themselves up eventually. A little bit over there. You have a bit of a leak here, but it's very, very thin. Okay. Not really a leak, it's just an escapee. Somebody open the airlock door for a second. Anyway. So, our local here can get another level of crop tending. And another level of drilling, I think. Speaking of which, where are they? Don't want any of these things here. They're sleeping. That's what they are. So we have 33,000 kcal of cooked seafood. I will have to check back here in a little while to see if that number stays at least that high. It should. But we will see. Okay, solar panel getting fixed. That solar panel gets roasted every time the rocket takes off. I should do something about that. Put put a blast shield around it or something, but I really can't put a blast shield around it. Not quite sure what to do. I wish I could move it. I probably could, but... maybe if I put a, cooling pipe through it, that would help. Find out. Experiment a little bit, maybe. Okay, let's stop ordering that to take food. It is set to sweep only, but if we did something, we might not. Oh, if we mess up, the plant could get fed when I don't want the plant to get fed. Bump this up to priority 7, like all the rest of the filters. Well, that'll get rid of all of the polluted oxygen in short order. I really need to add more water to this so it pushes the water level up. Oh wow. Eventually we'll probably get a layer of carbon dioxide on top of this, but the problem with that is I think it'll off-gas into the carbon dioxide and destroy it. Which is fine, I guess. But I'd rather my limited supply of water stop off-gassing now, please. Suppose the thing to do is just collect a whole pile of pure water and do an exchange with this pool. That'll be tricky. I guess if we dump it in from the top and pump out from the bottom, as long as we try hard to keep it sort of even. I'm not sure how we do that, honestly. We could possibly keep the layers separated well enough as it goes down. We pump out of one corner, it'll probably end up slumping off to that corner, and the next thing you know, we have a corner of polluted water and a corner of non-polluted. Pump in the middle, maybe? That would work? Or no? Okay, good news here. This is ranging between emitting a small amount and inert. We don't quite have enough oxygen pressure down here, I don't think, to solve this problem. Because we're not actively distributing oxygen, really. We kind of are. Grab a normal gas vent and put it right here. With a little bit of luck, this will raise the pressure of this area and stop our pool from off-gassing. We'll see. Probably should. Here. Let's do this a little differently, actually. Let's put it on a little off branch. So that way we can only get 50% at max. This isn't really a very good distribution branch, but I guess if we have an oxygen pipe running past there, we might as well use it to try to increase the room pressure. Go ahead and boost the priority of that a little bit. Our local is cooking and farming. We're unlikely to see much construction get done That's fine. We're in no big run. No big hurry. Survey and Dread are unhappy because they're hungry. Well, not yet, but they will be. Their morale is still pretty good. How long do they have to travel? Not very far. That's how long they have to travel. Matter of fact, it looks like they're landing right now. Yep, everybody just downloaded from the rocket. We need to set this to grounded so that... There we go. Okay. Everybody's gonna reload that rocket. Additionally, go empty out its interior. We don't want the isoresin in here. We don't want the tungsten. And what was in here? Eggshell. 6.2 tons of eggshell. And a little bit of data bank. I think they might have hauled that out already. 6.2 tons of eggshells. That's not bad. Refill the oxalite. This rocket was gone for a long time. And it's reserviced and ready to go. We just need to go ahead and get this stuff off my rocket. Okay. How are we doing on food? 31,000 calories. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't go down more. It was 33 something. All the poke shell stuff was recollected over there. I probably should try taming poke shells again. Although there's no good way to kill them, so... Because I have enough Pacu that I can ranch poke shells, no problem. Or I should be able to ranch poke shells, no problem. How much coal do I have? And why is some of it not being... Oh. Because at one point we didn't have enough coal. Oh, I have tons and tons of refined carbon. Maybe I should stop producing refined carbon. I think I have stopped producing refined carbon. Okay, where's coal being dumped? Yep, there's a lot of coal there. Okay. Let's go ahead and re-enable these. They can deliver coal there again. I don't think these generators will run. Yeah, they only run if the batteries dip below 50%. Whereas these will run if the batteries dip below 75. And there's a bit of an overhead for solar. Speaking of which, I should just go ahead and extend that out a little bit. Heavy watt conductive. Okay, I was gonna say, I replaced all the ancient heavy watt with better stuff. Or at least I sure thought I did. Okay. I should probably go ahead and start installing back walls on everything. And I should do a better food storage. I don't know. Looks like we got plenty of salt passed through. Was salt one of the things that I wanted to transport up top? How much sand do we have here nowadays? Not that much. That's how much. Okay. Sedimentary rock to sand was set to forever. I think one of these containers is set to hold sedimentary rock. Yes. Okay. We just need like another operator probably. At some point. Wish I could figure out how to stop that water from coming in. Where is it from? I don't see any damaged pipes. All this ice up here, I'm pretty sure that's from the engines. Okay. Need to figure out... Oops. Do I have a place set for isoresin? I don't think I do. What do you guys store? Eggs. Industrial ingredients. Okay, this would be a perfect place to store rare materials. Rare resources. Copy settings. Boom. Okay, now they have a place to dump the isoresin. We'll take the muck root. I wonder what the mutations do for these. Because we need to provide a certain amount of radiation to grow them. And I'm not sure... They would have to be pretty special plants to be worth the effort of trying to raise mutated crops. Not sure if mutated, if it'd be worth it at all. $26,000 calories of cooked seafood. I don't know if we're going to be able to survive on just cooked seafood here with even just one dupe. That's really unfortunate. Worst case, we can send a survey out to rescue them. And we do have the emergency food supply. If we get a message that somebody is very hungry, we can just stop by here and fix it. Hopefully it recovers. What was I going to check on? Oh yes, this. Gas vent. Awesome. It stopped off gassing. Okay, so we will no longer lose water. Pacu are all happy. And all is right in the world. Or at least the Pacu that aren't up here are all happy. The Pacu up here are less happy, shall we say. The Flopatron is still going strong. Okay. So, now that I have a source of it, do I have anything in particular that I would want to use the isogel? Isogel? Whatever it's called again. Viscogel. For. I don't think there's anything that needs a compact airlock particularly badly at the moment. I would like to build a better food storage area, but that's kind of... the whole kitchen area is a disaster as it is. It's been a bit improved, but it's still pretty small. Less than ideal. I was going to try to install a spice grinder at some point. Let's see. Kitchen, 96 tile max size. Electric grill, spice grinder, mess table. Okay, so we just need to fit a spice grinder in somehow. How big is the spice grinder? Because I think I can fit it over here now that we've removed all the stuff in this area. We can just extend the room out a little bit and rearrange some of this stuff to make it work. Is it under food? Spice grinder, there we go. Okay, that won't be hard at all to fit. We just need to do that. And then put a ladder in there. Let's actually deconstruct on both sides of this a little bit. Give it a little more airflow room. Not that this is really an important part of the base's airflow anymore, but... could somebody get that damn Draco out of there? I don't know if they can wrangle him diagonally or not. Okay, the Draco has been freed. Thank you very much for the follow, Sandwraith03. Really appreciate it. Okay. Go ahead and plunk down the spice grinder over here in the corner. And does that need power? I assume it probably does. Nope. Also, why in the world am I still using the old style wires in this? How much RAM do I have? I have 32 gigabytes. I would assume 16 would probably be fine. But I'm not actually sure. There's no way it takes more than that. These are pretty... Fungal spore and sucrose. None of these things are things I'm producing enough of. Mealwood and salt. Closed decomposition. That's not exactly something useful though. Blossom seed and slime. Don't think we're producing blossom seeds here. Yeah, I tame the tungsten volcano? Sure. With the note that this is absolute overkill. There you go. One steam turbine is more than enough. There's no need for two. So just cut off the box right there. Also, this is less than ideal because the volcano is above everything else. Ideally, the volcano will be below or on the same level as everything. But space constraints. I had already built all this crap before I decided, oh no, I want to do this. Also, this was in the way. So it's kind of poorly done. A better example of this exact same tamer, although obviously not with a tungsten volcano. In this case, an aluminum volcano, which is way harder to do. This is probably one of the more compact, reliable, best functioning tamers I've made yet. Ignore this little hunk of aluminum here. That just was an issue that formed there, and it was sealed and I didn't feel like going in to fix it. Also, the way this is all laid out isn't necessarily perfect because, for example, the thermal sensor is over there. Do I have an even better version of this? I can't remember what the iron tamer looked like over here. Yeah, this one's probably a little better. For a tungsten volcano, once again, you only need one steam turbine, but otherwise I'd leave the box size the way it is for this. The aqua tuner is just a simple constant flow aqua tuner setup. This is a bit messy, but all it's cooling is the steam turbines. I would not use a single conduction panel like I'm using here. I would use 2 conduction panels, more the way I do here. Because one conduction panel keeps up when the turbine's not under heavy load, but if it gets under heavy load, it will use up more. And then the real trick that makes this work really well is that I have a conveyor meter set to 1 unit in this case. Sometimes I set it to 5 units, sometimes I set it to 2 units. It depends on what I'm doing, how much the volcano is producing, and so on. And what that does is it makes small packets and they cool off faster. And then they just run through a little heat box, and because the small packets lose their heat faster than large packets would, so you can use a smaller heat exchanger. As for how much RAM it's using right now, well, let me see. Up Task Manager. According to Windows, Oxygen Not Included is consuming 5.6 gigabytes. Or thereabouts. Which probably could run on a little less than that if I really wanted to, but that's well within 16 gig limit. I'm not exactly the farthest along, but I have several fairly large settlements that are... Things are going. All of them. See, how many dupes do I have? Actually, wait. I can just check that over here. I only have 14 dupes at the moment. Doing a little bit of ranching. A lot of this stuff has just been sitting here running like this for quite a while. While I've been focused on other stuff. Kind of spread all over the first map. And the second map to a certain degree. Bunch of volcano tamers of different kinds all over the place. This one's still not quite running right. Yeah. This is what happens when you underspec your tamer. At least it's keeping up nowadays, though. Have I tamed Niobium Volcano? No, I have not. I know where one is, but I haven't gotten to tame it yet. But if I was going to, I would use the same exact design I've used for every single volcano I've tamed, just I might add another turbine or something. I'd have to calculate whether I need to or not. Which isn't too hard to do. If you just kind of estimate. I kind of do everything based on aluminum volcano. Is it hotter than or is it colder than? And then just try to guess whether I need, how many turbines I need. Yeah. I know there's one here somewhere, but I haven't messed around here yet. Because it's very hot in here. I would rather not deal with that just yet. It was enough fun dealing with these. Although this is ticking along quite well right now. It is not quite at the low point yet. It only has one of the aqua tuners running, but it's still running the turbines. Eventually this will reach the point where most of this bottom area is full of water. And it is not cooling before it erupts again. Yeah, it's in the middle of an... It's one of these is erupting right now. Yeah. These were... This tamer and... Well, more... This tamer here was the first one I ever built for a normal magma volcano. So... Originally, it was going to be this box, and then this box here was to tame this aluminum volcano, and I was going to use excess capacity from this to cool the steam turbines. And that kind of worked. Matter of fact, it worked fairly well. But I couldn't quite keep it. These weren't enough is what the problem was. I needed at least 2 and probably another whole 4 more steam turbines to really keep this under control at full capacity. So I ended up connecting the steam boxes together and building an extra couple of aqua tuners up here. This aqua tuner never runs anymore. I honestly could have not done that, but I wanted to because I wanted to shift the heat up higher. Also, this heat exchanger here is way too big. Half the size would have been fine. And if I had filled it with metal, I probably could have done a quarter size instead of water. But the intended purpose of this was to generate igneous rock. Because I wanted to feed hatches. So using what I learned from this one, I made this one, which is overbuilt in the number of turbines. But it runs much more smoothly. It's generally trouble-free. Also, this this heat exchanger is also larger than it needs to be, but it's fine because larger is better. The rock comes out at like 16 degrees. Wait. There's one that's at 2,000 degrees. What? 549 milligrams at 2,195. Okay, it's not cooling off properly. Oh, I know what the problem is. For some reason, this got out of sync. Okay, there we go. Well, that's not a problem. There's not enough heat in that little tiny bundle. When it drops into a pile, it'll just raise it like half a degree or whatever. And be fine. I would just rather not waste the throughput like that. So I got infinite igneous rock, yes. Okay, it's obvious I'm not pulling water out of that right now. Okay, the transformer's staying cool enough. I'm not worried about that. Building this transformer out here in the vacuum was dumb. It made sense at the time, but I should probably have done it differently. Conduction panels are awesome, but... a lot of that igneous rock gets dumped straight into these 3 hatch beds. Not all of it, but a lot of it. I have 310 tons, which is a pretty decent amount, but not nearly as much as I'd have if I wasn't feeding 3 pens of hatches. But that gives plenty of food, together with the Pacu pen, which this Pacu pen is not very well done. I have a better one elsewhere. But together with the Pacu, everybody eats surf and turf every day. Alright. So now the tungsten volcano has been tamed and we brought a load of tungsten back. The next step would probably be to go to deal with the niobium planet, but I don't want to deal with that right now. So, the next step is to modify the Surveytopia to get rid of the telescope. And install science gathering, and then we can send survey out. Let's see. Skills. We need to get... let's see. Need any of these skills for this? Well, we'll find out in a minute here. Get this telescope torn down. And then... orbital data collection lab. Deconstruct that wire. Build a new, slightly different wire. And then we're going to want to put a storage in for plastic. Boom. Then we'll send survey off in a couple of trips to deliver water. At least one trip to deliver water. We have an extra source there. And then I really need to start working on getting a petroleum rocket up and running. To that end, I should shift the research back. Why are they not doing novice research? Oops, wrong place. Did I mess something up here? We have water available. Oh, they need dirt. Okay. It's the supercomputer that uses water. This just consumes dirt. Well, that's unfortunate. Where am I gonna get dirt? I don't have any over here, do I? I might have to start... I mean, I got some dirt here. Let's just send over all the dirt we have for now. Let's see, cultivatable soil, dirt. Yeah. There should be some around here somewhere. There's the first ton. That should be enough to get our research going. I forgot that we ran out of dirt here. Sandstone, sure, why not? Want my design for Magma Volcano? Well, there's a bit of a problem with finding a guide. Most of the guides you'll find for a magma volcano are focused on generating power. I was not able to find, when I was getting to build this myself, I was not able to find a guide either. So I ended up just winging it, which is why this design is so weird. There's a combination of like 3 or 4 other designs I saw. But there are some basic elements that you should be able to recreate this from without too much trouble. The first element is this lava spike, magma spike, whatever. You'll find this in a lot of designs to deal with volcanoes. Basically, it just thins it out so only a little bit dribbles in. Similarly, this mesh tile arrangement, you'll find something similar to this in a lot of designs. If you just drip a little bit at a time in, by drawing it out into a spike like this and just letting it drip in, then you will get debris, and the debris will teleport and fall down. There's a YouTuber named Francis John who has several designs that use this basic part of the system. You should be able to find a tutorial there pretty easily. Tiles, it can vary a little bit depending on the exact configuration of this part, but it's around 9 to 10. This one's 9. When I get a bit of rock piled up here, should dribble off the end and it'll work. But yeah, something like that is about right. If it is dribbling too much, you might need to make it a little bit longer. If it's not dribbling enough, you might need to make it a little shorter, but you need to have some amount of pressure back here pushing through to make it work. If you have less or more pressure, you might have to modify. That's part 1, is turning it into debris in the first place. There's plenty of tutorials on how to do that. And as I said, Francis John has some good ones. The next step is taking that debris and cooling it off. That's the part nobody deals with. Or at least nobody that I've found. The door is automated. The idea is that keep it from getting too hot in here, because if it gets too hot in here, it'll bake the auto sweeper and kill it. So I have a couple thermal sensors just stuck around, set to like 500 degrees, and running through this AND gate. This is a little more complicated than it has to be. Technically, just one thermal sensor would probably be enough. Just stuck someplace. But basically, when I first built this, I just put a switch on it and would open and close the airlock manually while watching the temperatures until I kind of figured out where the hot spots were, and that's where I put the sensors. So depending on how you lay it out, you'll probably want to move the sensors to someplace different. But generally you want the sensors to be somewhat close to the machinery that can overheat, namely the aqua tuners and the auto sweeper and the conveyor loader. But yeah, basically you just want to make it sure that this particular bit of machinery and this particular bit of machinery don't get too hot. That's all that's for. If it starts getting too hot, close the door. If it's not hot enough, open the door. Also, that helps keep the steam turbines running at ideal temperature as well. Return water from the steam turbines, dump it pretty close to where the debris lands, and build a bunch of temp shift plates there. That'll give you a bit of thermal mass right there and help keep this area cooler, because this will be the hottest part of the system. Also, you want this to be one of the lowest points in the system, because heat rises after all. Everything that comes in contact with the magma needs to be made out of steel or obsidian or something similar, because most, especially these mesh tiles, need to be steel. It's really easy to forget and accidentally build something and end up with melted stuff all over the place. Ask me how I know. Okay. Aqua tuners. 1, maybe enough. 2, almost certainly enough. 3, overkill. There is no kill like overkill in my mind. This gives you all the cooling power you could ever want. More cooling, more better. I like to be able to take in hot water on one side and output cold water on the other. Just because that way I can always run it at maximum efficiency at all times. This system's running, well, it's outputting at 5 degrees and pulling in at 55. It's actually gaining quite a bit of heat through the whole. It's not even quite running at max right now. So 2 aqua tuners is probably about right for the system. The third one almost never runs, except when it was first starting up, that ran a little bit. I like to keep my steam turbines in a vacuum because that way it helps insulate everything, because the vacuum won't transfer heat. But that does mean it's harder to cool the turbines. There are 2 ways to cool turbines in a vacuum. The first way is to just pour a little bit of liquid behind them, which works. The second way is my preferred one, which is to use these conduction panels. If you're going to use conduction panels, they're going to be slightly less efficient, but you won't have to mess around with the water. But you do need 2 conduction panels for every steam engine. So I just have kind of settled on this pattern because I like it. It's not the best. Maybe it is the best, I don't know. I just like it. It works. That's all it needs to do. That's the main reason to have the aqua tuners, is to keep these nice and cold. There's no real reason to keep them cold. They just need to stay cool or not overheat. As long as they're not overheating, you're good. Honestly, 1 aqua tuner, probably be fine. I just like to keep them cold because there's no kill like overkill. Additionally, the other thing the aqua tuners are for is to cool this heat exchanger. This is the thing that takes the rock from being still piping hot, but not thousands of degrees anymore, to being cold enough for a duplicant to pick up with their bare hands and walk away with. If you don't care about your dupes being able to handle rock with their bare hands, like if you're going to have them suited all the time, like some people do, then this is totally unnecessary. And this one's overkill anyway, so like half this size is plenty. Even that's a bit overkill. Because the rock right now is coming out at 9 degrees Fahrenheit, which is quite chilly. Below freezing temperature. If there was any water here, it'd be frozen. So probably only like up to there is needed. I like to use metal tiles for this because it seems to transfer heat better than anything else. I have another one over here that's water. That works too. Not as well though. But it just more space is all. And what this does, cold water, fresh out of the aqua tuners, comes in this direction and flows through this way. And then the hot rock, which is entering here at about 300 degrees, flows in the opposite direction as the water. So that means the hottest rock is over here, and the hottest water is over here, and the coldest rock and the coldest water are over here. The reason to do that is it's more efficient. In this case, it doesn't matter. It's more efficient, but there's so much overkill in this particular heat exchanger that it doesn't matter at all. They could both flow the same direction and be perfectly fine. Additionally, there's lots of zigzaggy pipe running through the steam area. Or lots of not pipe, but conveyor. That's because the rock is entering the system at 2000 degrees and it's exiting at 300. So it's losing a lot of temperature along the way. It actually doesn't take it very long to lose its heat. But every little bit you can suck out of it, the better. So it's probably, well, you could safely pull it out of the room probably over less than halfway through. It's like 400 degrees here, and that you could run that through the heat exchanger without any trouble. If you want your dupes to handle it with suits, I'd probably pull it down to, oh, I don't know, a little colder. And the reason it cools off so quickly in here is because, once again, conveyor meter is set to 5 units. And then you just wire the conveyor meter input and output together. And instead of outputting 20 kilos at a time, it outputs 5 kilos at a time. Using Celsius, well, then you're going to have to figure out what all those temperatures are for yourself, I guess. It shouldn't be hard. You just need to have a feel for what different temperatures are. And in this case, I'm trying to get it as close to my steam temperature as I can before it exits the room. So steam temperature at this point is like 300 and some degrees Fahrenheit, exiting at 300 and some degrees Fahrenheit. So Celsius, well, it's hot enough to run the turbines, but so probably 150 or so, maybe 200. I'm not really good at converting that in my head. But anyway, you want a lot of steam pressure in the room. Currently it's at like 200 pounds. Or 200 kilos. About 150 up here at the top, I guess. 250 down at the bottom. But you want a lot of steam pressure in the room because that adds more thermal mass. And the more thermal mass you can have, the better. Basically, having a lot of thermal mass means that you have to dump more heat in without actually raising the temperature. And steam is a cheap and easy way to do that. This isn't actually nearly as high as it could be. I could probably dump a lot more water in, but it's good enough, so I've stopped dumping water in. But by sending through relatively small packets of rock, the heat exchanger can be a lot smaller than it otherwise would be. This is still unnecessary, almost certainly. I could probably just go ahead and send full-size packets through because this is so overbuilt, but particularly for aluminum volcano, metering it down to like 2 kilos per packet really helps a lot. In this case, it matters less. Yeah, other than that, it's just a big room full of steam and trying to keep that steam temperature under control. There's really 3 components to this. There's the cooling area, which is aqua tuners, steam turbines, aqua tuners cooling the turbines, turbines cooling the aqua tuners, just like you do every other time you want to get rid of any kind of heat. Then there is material handling, which is just an auto sweeper filling a loader, going into a meter, and then that runs out through the heat exchanger that you're also being part of the cooling setup. And then there is heat injection, which is the lava spike, the mesh, the door, thermal sensors, all that. I don't know of any tutorials that teach you how to do all 3 of those together, but any tutorial telling you how to generate power from a magma volcano will tell you about the heat injection side of things. Any tutorial telling you how to tame a metal volcano will tell you all about the cooling side of things. And also material handling, although usually I've never seen a tutorial that tells you about the metering trick. It's not required, it just makes it so that it works a little better, in my opinion. They just kind of take the tutorials from how to tame a metal volcano and slam that onto a tutorial on how to tame a or how to generate power from a magma volcano, and then build your tamer way too big. That'll work. This is probably more turbines than I really need, but I would build at least 8 turbines. I think I'd build 4 turbines per volcano. So however many you can run together, at least 4 turbines per. And a couple extra isn't going to hurt anybody. Yeah, because this one is not big enough. It works. It works. If I could fit another couple turbines onto this, I'd probably actually be sort of happy with it. But as it is, it doesn't work very efficiently. Also, this stair step thing was something I tried from a tutorial I saw about a passive tamer. It's kind of cool. But for this kind of system where I need to regulate the temperature of the steam room very closely, it doesn't work well enough. It's cool because your steam room can be a lot hotter and it'll still cool the magma down, but I wouldn't suggest trying to use that if you're actually trying to use the rock. Oh, and this is kind of cool too. This abomination. This device takes all those little tiny, let's see, this outputs 4 kilo packets. Takes all those little tiny 4 kilo packets and turns them into 20 kilo packets. One for aluminum output and one for rock output. That way you can not waste an entire rail on the same material if they're both going to the same destination. It's an absolute abomination and I love it. I do something similar over here, but for only one material. This is also taking in the output of those volcanoes and pushing them together so that they can be more easily pushed out to the teleporter. Otherwise, this backs up too much. It's already backed up pretty badly. Yeah, there's another one here that does the same thing. Although maybe you should reduce the packet size a little bit. Yeah. You're coming in at 1 kilo and going out at 4 kilo, which helps, but I should make them smaller if I can. Good idea for shipping efficiently? I needed to do something because I was trying to fit a full line of tiny packets of aluminum and a full line of tiny packets of igneous rock down the same. And it wasn't working. They would be out of sync just enough that it would work most of the time, but then you'd have them sit on the rail for a long time sometimes. And so I think it was, damn it, I can't remember if it was Dread or Survey. I think it was Dread. Suggested using weight plates. Somehow. And in that moment, I had the amazing idea of building this monstrosity. Like, yeah, I could use doors and weight plates and an auto sweeper, and suddenly we ended up with this thing. Anyway. I probably need to improve the efficiency here at the Iron Volcano, but it doesn't run full time, so not too worried about it. None of these run full time, really. It is backing up a little bit, though. It's not helping that this is injecting dirt. Also, probably should stop sending dirt. We don't want to send the entire supply. Okay, that increases throughput already. But anyway. This place has all the cool engineering. An iron volcano, two igneous rock setups with 2 volcanoes each. An improved Pacu farm over the one that I have in the main base. This one's much more automated. It was going to have a Pacu freezer that would freeze them to death, but unfortunately, the what do I call it? Ethanol is just not a good enough coolant. I can get the ethanol to be cold, but not cold enough. And I can't use water because if I used water, it would not be able to get cold enough to kill the Pacu. What I really need to do is replace the ethanol in the cooling loop with super coolant, but I don't have access to super coolant yet, so currently this is just sitting here running pointlessly, keeping Pacu slightly uncomfortable. The idea would be that I'd freeze the Pacu and then I wouldn't have hundreds of Pacu swimming around in this tank. How many Pacu do I actually have in here? Here, I need to pause the game if I'm going to get to the... There, critter sensor. There's 120 Pacu in here. Or 110 if you don't count eggs. All my settlements pretty much live on Pacu. The main one gets surf and turf because they're special, but everybody else just lives on Pacu. Speaking of which, how are we doing on food here? Cooked seafood, 26,000 kcal. Okay. Yeah. Staying ahead. I was worried that I wasn't going to produce quite enough Pacu, because this Pacu farm's a lot smaller. Frame rate's impressive considering how many critters I have. Yeah. What's the actual frame rate right now? Not very high, actually. 14 frames a second right now. That's not reported by the game. That's reported externally. Actually, does the game have a frame counter? I'd be kind of surprised if it didn't somewhere. They don't really have a whole lot of graphics options, do they? Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Frame rate is definitely suffering. But it's still going. And the game is simulating at a reasonable rate. Or at least I'm used to it by now. It doesn't feel choppy or anything like that. But I'd really like to do something about all those Pacu. Also the Flopatron here. I'd like to deal with them more quickly. I'm not even really sure how. I thought about heating them. You end up having to get way too hot to do it easily. I thought about cooling them. Can't do that without super coolant, because the Pacu body heat can overwhelm the amount you can pull out of ethanol. Maybe I could do it if I built a second aqua tuner, but I kind of doubt it. In any case, we have 96 Pacu, 81 of which are not eggs. In here, there was 110 on that planet, and this planet has 250, of which 50 of those are eggs. This is the biggest Pacu farm I have, but it is also the least efficient. Most of the Pacu farm over here is much more automated. It sorts the eggs, sorts out everything, delivers stuff automatically where it's supposed to go. Oh, that wasn't the one I wanted. There we go. It automatically handles dealing with the eggshells, dealing with the meat, sending where it's supposed to go. Cleaning up the food they drop. You know, they're not food, but the polluted dirt, all that stuff. Dupes don't even need to go close to it except to fill the feeder. Speaking of which, the feeder is empty. That is a problem. Why is the feeder empty? You people know you're supposed to be... Okay, they're not producing as many seeds as they used to produce. You might have to send seeds over. Okay. Let's send a bunch of blossom seeds over and call it a day, I guess. For now. Boom. Blossom seeds. I have to go back over here and tell them that they can feed them blossom seeds. Blossom seeds. Really? No. Wait. That's not the right seed. Or is it? Bristle blossoms. Yeah, blossom seeds. Okay. Despite feeding the 30 pack who I have here, I've built up 141 seeds since the last time I shipped them all out. This place is overproducing seeds. This place apparently is not producing enough. Let's see if we can feed these idiots a little bit. They're unhappy because they're hungry. Some of them. Alright, anyway. This one's much more automated, except from filling up the feeder, which they're currently not doing because they don't have enough seeds. Oops. They don't have to do a thing. Even if the fish gets dumped here and automatically stored in the refrigerator. Which I need to do better food storage, but anyway, moving on. Whereas this one is much more manual. The bigger farm, this was the first one I built. It used the same kind of fish hatching setup. Much less efficient with its distribution of auto sweepers and stuff. Fish feeding is automatic, is manual. What this one does, it just picks up everything and dumps it either here or here, depending on how many eggs there are. So there's no sorting done. There's no pre-sorting done to pick out the polluted dirt or anything like that, or the eggshells. That's all just handled. Actually, eggshells. Yeah, then we just have this, which dumps eggshells and polluted dirt above it. And this one, we have containers here to store that stuff. So either the meat ends up just laying on the ground here or in this ration box, where the dupes have to deal with it. I should upgrade this system to be much fancier than what it is, but it's functioning and I am loath to touch it at the moment. I'll probably get around to touching it eventually. Anyway. I'm not sure I want to use any of these spices, honestly. I could do like freshener spice without too much trouble, but honestly, I overproduce so much food that just having some of it rot is probably a good thing. Until I build a proper infinite frozen food storage and start building up massive overkill amounts of calories, even more than I already have, it's really not worth it to do anything fancy here. Here's a setup I built to run chlorine through this back when I thought that would be a good idea. And just gave up, and eventually I gave up and just let it do carbon dioxide like it wanted to do. But initially I figured, oh, I'll fill this up with chlorine and we'll have nice germ-free food. To make it work, though, because the carbon dioxide keeps settling down and pushing the chlorine out, I had to pump it and filter it constantly. They would dump chlorine over and over this side and pump it out on that side and run it through a filter setup. This box down here is where chlorine gets dumped, so that I had more to fill the system up, because you'd slowly lose chlorine sometimes. Most of the time it'd run fine, you wouldn't lose any, but sometimes you'd lose a little bit of chlorine and you need to replace it from somewhere. And that's what this was for. Which is why there is a switch around here somewhere, right there. That lets you turn this on to pump chlorine into the system. Is that the switch that does that? Yeah. No? That actually runs the whole system, okay. Well, how did I pipe that up then? I must have rigged it so it's a priority. No, I didn't. Oh wow, this is primitive as heck. Okay. I thought this was slightly more advanced than it is. I eventually built a much fancier version of this same exact system. But it was over here in this corner to farm balm lilies. Because dupes would come in and they would exhale, or otherwise small amounts of carbon dioxide and such like would escape inside the room and need to be pumped out. And so I would circulate the chlorine past the balm lilies. Had filters and all that stuff. Although actually in this case I used a non-powered filter and a small pump. This up here is just to help handle chlorine, because this was originally a small chlorine storage room where I had high pressure chlorine stored, and also I was storing my bleach stone, and then I eventually expanded it when I needed more balm lilies, because the idea was the balm lilies would produce seeds and the seeds would be used to feed the Pacu, but I don't know if we're actually producing enough seeds for that. I shipped a few thousand seeds over here. Blossom seeds. So I would have something to feed the Pacu until we actually had enough built up. This base ran for the longest time purely on the strength of off-gassing polluted water. Nowadays it uses a polluted oxygen vent that gets cleaned up and hopefully all the germs die before they escape. Actually, I think they might be. Yeah. I don't know if it works or not. I don't know if germs can die inside of a pipe or not. But I guess if they can, then radiation will do it. I don't think they can. Germs inside of machines is weird. What can kill them, what can't. Or what in what machines they can die and what machines they can't. Anyway. There's just a whole lot of weird. This game can sometimes be very inconsistent. Definitely not perfect. But it is the best fluid simulation I've ever seen in a game. Well, I should say the best player interactive fluid system I've ever seen, where you can actually do engineering stuff. Games like Dwarf Fortress, they kind of have a fluid flow, but they don't do gases or anything, and their fluids are really dumb. Games like oh, what's it called again? Timberborn have river simulations that are pretty okay, but they're not really a multi-material. It's just water flowing downstream in a river. Dig or Die has a pretty cool water simulation, but it's just water. This has all kinds of materials interacting in fun ways, and temperature interacting. I guess Dwarf Fortress has temperature too, but once again, it's pretty limited. Like, is it hot enough that you literally melt? No? Okay, you're good. But anyway. How is this rocket doing? Okay, this needs to store... Not industrial ingredient. Manufactured material? Yes, plastic. I want to store 2,000 kilos. In other words, 2 tons instead of 20 tons, because there's no reason to store up all our plastic in here. Make that forever. Does this require any special skills? I guess if it does, we can always fix that once we get there. Once this is loaded, this would actually be ready to load up and go. This rocket interior is inspired by, but not quite identical to, I don't think. It's quite similar to. Oh, no, there's at least one thing I definitely did different. But anyway, it's similar to a tutorial by Francis John. One thing I definitely did different is I inverted the sorter, the filter. Because his filter, he has it filtering carbon dioxide. And just everything except the carbon dioxide gets ejected, everything else gets circulated. In mine, I have it filtering oxygen, so that everything that's not oxygen gets ejected. So I think that's much safer. If any kind of gases get in here that aren't oxygen, they will eventually get out. Unless it's like hydrogen hanging around the top or something. But anyway, I think this is ready to go. Should it ever get the plastic it needs anyway. Let's set that to priority 9 so they fill it. It has to be a higher priority than any other storage anywhere in the base. Yeah, there's no reason to do... Well, no, we'll do 8. Because if I do 9... If I do 8 and I want to pull it back off the rocket, I can build another one that has a priority of 9. Like, say, if it's sitting at a base somewhere. Yeah, I don't think there's any high priority plastic storage anywhere else. Okay. So this thing's ready to go. Got 30 kilos of food. 10 tons. Not 30 kilos. Yeah, 30 kilos. 10 tons of oxalate, which is more than it'll ever use in a million years. 2 tons of plastic, which is also more than it'll ever use in a million years, probably. Orbital data collection lab ready to go. We'll give that a slightly higher priority so people actually work on that. It probably doesn't need to be because there's not much to do in a rocket. And this is ready to be launched. This rocket is loaded down with a liquid cargo tank full of water, and the idea is we'll send it to the jungle planet here. Where the water will be unloaded in the pre-set up system. And then it will launch back. That way we'll have a little bit of water waiting to be used in the future. But that place has no source of water. The only water that's there is the water that existed or water that came from the toilets. It's not ideal. So let's go ahead and set a destination. You can do a round trip without refueling. Perfect, because there's no fueling station there. Change the crew. Survey as the pilot. It is morning. The survey should be up and about soon. Okay, step 1, which I forget half the time. Get out of your suit, survey. And then we use this handy little switch to order the launch. This switch connects to a whole bunch of circuitry that all boils down to, please don't burn my gantries, thank you. Alright. Surveytopia has set off. I named this rocket the Surveytopia because almost all the time it's run by Survey. And it is well decorated and carefully set up so that there's nice rooms and all that stuff in it. And Survey's actually happier in the rocket than he is on the ground most of the time. Mostly because of the high decor value. I really should spend the time to decorate my base properly. A little bit of mid-course correction. Oh, let's see. What do I need to do next time? I really don't want to go to the stupid obsidian thing. It's going to be so annoying to cool. Basically, I'm going to have to build a... I don't know. But to build a rocket... I have to build a rocket that has plenty of suits on board, living space for multiple dupes. So cramped already in the rockets. Honestly, it might be worth it to land a rocket, build rocket platforms for like 2 or 3 rockets, and then land a couple rockets that are each spec'd out to be individual parts of a settlement. Like, build a rocket that just has a bunch of toilets in it. Build a rocket that's just a great hall. Build a rocket that's just bedrooms. It wouldn't work very well for the transit over. Be the problem. I'd almost have to build multiple rockets like this, one for each person, but then we get to the problem of... Well, actually that's not a problem. I could move things around so that there's a one-person suit dock down here. And put the rocket control station and telephone up here. That'd work. Don't think I could do it with 2 people like this one, though. Not without rearranging things a bunch. And I don't really want to rearrange things a bunch because I really like the way this layout works. Like, I can fit more storage in if I do this. Probably. I can put the rocket control station in a cot in here. And then put the party line telephone up here. Put the refrigerator where it is. And then I'd have space for materials that need to be taken. And a one-person suit dock. That would work. Then when you land, you immediately have to build infrastructure connecting the rockets together. And rockets are just a pain in the ass. They're too small. Maybe the thing to do would be able to build a new rocket and focus on trying to melt a hole in the wall so you can escape into space. And you could build a true little colony around the rocket. How many data banks do we have? 18? Okay, that's not too bad. And we're just like halfway out. We'll come back with probably about 40 of them. I'm okay with this. Yeah, so I really need to start thinking about how I'm going to set up for long-term work on a planet that really doesn't support it. That'd be the one option. Set up a couple rockets for long-term living and land there. The other option would be to build a big block in the air. That I need to bring a pile of rock along though. Which isn't necessarily disqualifying, it's just a note. I have to bring many tons of rock. Because everything would have to be back walled. And I need to bring enough suits along, enough steel along, enough aluminum along to build all the infrastructure needed. Could probably power it just off solar with room for one rocket to land along the edge of the map or something. But even then, I'd need long-term living. I could probably send the recon with Survey and Dread. But the problem is I don't have suit lockers in that. I need to figure out a way to do that. But I don't think there's any way I can fit enough suit lockers in. Yeah. Because you put... I've seen this problem before, but you put the suit locker right tight up against the edge, they don't use it. They just teleport right through. It needs to be back one tile from the front. I guess you could put the phone in front of it. That would give you 2 tiles. And then if you could move this door... But you can't move the door because that makes one of the rooms too small then. I wonder if I can remove this door and still have it count. Still be a valid room. I don't know if the pump is... Why do I have a door here? I don't know if the pump is counted as industrial machine. But if I can have the pump in the same bedroom, I should test that. Find out if that pump is considered an industrial machine. This bedroom's not being used right now. Let's go ventilation. Mini gas pump. Just build it right there. Private bedroom. Let's wait till they build it and find out what it says. Somebody should be here with the plastic shortly. Yep, Dread's on the way. Come on, hurry up. How'd you get slime lung already? What are you doing? Get out of the slime lungy areas. Okay, Rushy Washy's on the way to finish it. And let's find out. Nope, it is not a bedroom anymore, because that is an industrial machine. Okay, that explains why that door is there then. That is unfortunate. Where could I move that to? I don't think I can put it in any of the other rooms, because they all have no industrial machines as well. That is extremely unfortunate. Also, I really need to do something with the slime lung in here. Not sure what I can do with the slime lung in here. Except dig out the source. Actually, is the source these things? Wow. That's a lot of food poisoning germs. Okay. Well, it's not slime lung, though. I guess I just need to get rid of the last of these polluted oxygen bands. Well, I suppose. Probably a good idea. We'll see the results of that next time, because it is 10:40. Oh, that's the wrong save. I don't mind overwriting this save, but it's the wrong save. Boom. Okay. Let's see. It looks like Avi and Wasted are playing MechWarrior together. Let's raid Avi. And of course the raid command fails. Yay, go Twitch. I'll have to do it the manual way. Anyway, tomorrow being Monday, not quite sure what I'm going to do. Got a selection of different things we could do that day. One thing that is going to happen, though, is going to be fun with firearms. Probably. I am going to be field stripping and cleaning my carry gun. And at the same time, I'm going to be field stripping my new acquisition that I have to go pick up tomorrow. And I will be comparing the two and talking about how the one eventually turned into the other, so to speak. The history and the manufacture thereof. That should be interesting. After that, we'll play a game. I'm not sure what. And then we'll go from there. But until then, I gotta go click this raid button. Let's see, where is Avi? Why are you not on this list? There we go, Avacern, start raid. Until then, I hope you all have fun over at Avi's. And I will see you all later. Good night. And goodbye.